Hello everybody on YouTube and welcome to Feedback Friday number whatever the heck this is. What we do here is, you probably know, we play games made by you, the viewers. I have a form where people come, they fill out, and as long as the game is made by you and you have permission from your teammates, it doesn't matter what kind of skill level it's made out. We play all kinds of things, all different levels of completion, yada yada yada. And I play them, try and think of vaguely intelligent things to say about those games. I'm about 1 million VODs behind, so by the time you see this video, it was probably streamed like, I don't know, 3 months ago. I know, I'm trying to catch up. I'm releasing a couple each week, and we'll see if we can catch up with the VODs eventually. But I stream on Friday, somewhere between 1 and it used to be 1 and 2, now somewhere between 1 and 3, GMT UK time. And we go till usually around like 5:30, 6 o'clock-ish. Just playing games. We take in a bunch of submissions at the start, so you do generally have to show up at the start unless we don't get many at the start, and then sometimes maybe I'll take a couple at the end, and so on. People keep asking, like, so there you say hi, that's how you submit your game. You show up at the start of the stream, there'll be a link, you follow the link, you fill out a form, we play a game. There we go, we're good. Our first game today is Panic Floor by somebody. I should have checked who it was by. It was Ssstylish with oh, I can't even, with 3 S's. Ssstylish brings us a game called Panic Floor demo, made in GM8. I think they said, yeah, GM8. You could tell from the weird splash screen loading thing it does. But blast from the past is some kind of platformer from what I recall reading. But I don't know anything about it, so we're just gonna jump in. We're gonna play it. We've got has a lot of controls. That's probably it. Like, I've seen a few ways to impressively show what is essentially just WASD to move on in as complicated a way as possible. This is up there. Slidey. There's like a drop shadow on the character, give it kind of like a paper cutout feel, along with that white outline, almost like you're playing like a moving sticker. J is our jump button. That throws me back to my childhood. That's like the controls I would set for like platformers like Jazz Jackrabbit and that. I would play like WASD and J, because I was always on the player 2 side of the keyboard. My brother being on the player 1 side of the keyboard. And we can power jump with... Okay, it's kind of like Jazz Jackrabbit in that regard. Or Z. Or down and Z. Oh, because Z is also jumped? Okay. So we've got a bunch of alternatives, and we're showing us all the alternatives. Yeah, I mean, you can condense down a little bit, probably, because like a lot of it is like it's a little bit of a mess to look at right away, because it's just like jump, sprint, right, left, like there's like each thing individually, like you can combine right, left to like AD or arrows or whatever. You could even really just say like WAS to move, and you get the general gist of it, right? And then with the other things, like, because the main use of crouch here is to like do jump, and if you tell someone about the super jump and it's like, oh, crouch and jump, then you've kind of simultaneously taught them about the crouch. This isn't a big deal, by the way, or anything like that. It's clean, you read it, you know all the controls, but it's just like a lot of like because each thing is listed individually, and a lot of it you're showing every possible way rather than just whatever your preferred way is or whatever. It's always like jump is J or Z or power jump S plus J or down plus Z or R plus L. It's just like, it's just a lot right away, right? Not a big deal though. If we go through the exit door, does that clear that? No, we can't do that. But we can press up to like do a winky stick our butt at the camera thing. And up to go through the door. Very slippy slidey. Oh, is that specifically this? That is specifically this. We got death counter. Something disabled? Okay, well, did we miss an important control? Is there like, is this like going to be like a coyote jump off the bat? No? sprint. There's a sprint. Oh, I didn't even see. I didn't even, like, I was busy looking at all the other controls. We didn't even notice there was a sprint button. It's not, it feels like I'm sprinting. That's still really tight. I mean, I'm getting the impression from, like, the look of the art and stuff, it's kind of that type of game, but, there we go. I think you need to do a little bit more to indicate it. I'm getting the impression from the flicking deaths thing, opening with a level like this, like this isn't, like, as designed, right? It's meant to be, like, super hard, and this is meant to be like a, whoa, that was level 1, you know? I need to do, like, maybe a little bit more there. Like, you know, if you look at things like, I Want to Be the Guy and that kind of thing. I don't know if it's maybe like the lack of music or whatever, but like, it's only subtle things in my, like, deep familiarity with games like this that I know it's this kind of thing just sort of by looking at it. Okay, those take a little moment. Like, I don't know whether it means some sort of wah wah to play when you die or something. I don't know. It just, I feel like it's just missing some key, like, wink wink nudge nudge aspect that's gonna, like, clue you in to the kind of thing you're playing, you know? Needing the sprint off the bat is kind of rough though. I mean, it kind of makes you wonder what the point is in not sprinting, but, like, late levels do clearly demonstrate that. Oh, how high does Super Jump go? Don't know if it's going to be high enough to do what I needed to do, but we'll find out. Ah. No, because we don't actually have any buffer time, so we can't really easily jump around the corner, can we? I don't think. Especially because you go up so quickly. Yeah, the absence of the jump buffer is very noticeable, actually. Just because of how quickly you move. So it instantly is giving me that feeling of just like, you press jump, what happened? Because I'm so used to other platformers having it, you know? No, it is obviously just, you know, you press it too late, but it's like you move so quickly. You press jump and you feel like you pressed it on time, but you didn't. And it just feels like the game is not responding to you, even though it is. That's the thing with it. So you're accounting for an error in the human brain rather than anything else. I don't know if those ropes do something, but we've not really had any indication that they do. Let's just... I like the little faces on the spikes, the spike makers. At least that indicates a consistent mechanic. Did we need all this slippery floor? No one likes slippery floors. Okay. Wait, what? What's that? Almost looks a bit weird because of the little... I'm guessing those are flowers that are there? I couldn't tell if they were gems or something. I almost didn't know if I was meant to get there. I think, like, you kind of slightly over-decorate that platform on the right. I can... Can I zoom? Like here? Right, if it were just like empty space, like I think I'd more naturally assume that that's where I want to go. Oh, I like how sprint actually sets you into a little different idle pose. Nah. Sometimes I'm thinking, I'm like, is my keyboard ghosting or something? Why am I not in that? And I'm like, oh no, it's just because there's no buffer. And I slip off so fast. I love the aesthetic of this, though. It's a shame there's no music, but like, it's just a demo or whatever, right? I think music would probably, like, a good track would probably really complete the kind of, the aesthetic. Might help sort of drive home the nature of the game a bit as well if you do it right. Ah, super jump, isn't it? The problem with this is it's a slippery, slidey game that feels like you kind of want a little bit of time to get used to its specific kind of controls, because it's not like it just controls like any other platform. Like, I know you want to go hard right away, because that's the idea of your game, but when your game doesn't actually really control like every other platformer, you've got like acceleration and deceleration that's like quite noticeable. You've got a lot of icy platforms just right away. There's very little space I've had in the game to be able to just move left and right after the title screen. You know, I know it's like you have the title screen to move around, but most players aren't going to spend a very long time there. They're just going to be like, okay, there's the controls, go through the door, right? So there's just, I'm not saying that you should therefore put in a bunch of easy levels or anything like that, but like, I just note that there is a bit of a contradiction in how it feels, just because like slightly non-standard like feeling platformer meets like super hard levels like right away. Feels like I just don't know what it's like to just do any normal jumping or anything. Maybe the title screen should have some like basic easy stuff or whatever. Maybe put maybe put a hard jump at the end of the title screen. Maybe make level 0 hard. I would like scroll along or something, and like you just have to do one hard jump at the end of it or something to actually like start the game. I don't know. I should stop with the ultra specific. Slippy slidey. Right, stop holding sprint at the start. It's just getting us killed. 72 deaths. 73 deaths. 74 deaths before. 75 deaths before. You just tap it and it's all over. Alright, no. It's a bit mixed as well, isn't it? Like, in a way that's sort of noticeable, just because I feel like you didn't need it as well. Like, oh wow, clicking jumps. Why does clicking jump? Who would want that? But yeah, just because of like, let me just move like the tiniest bit so you can see it. Like it's off resolution, which is like not always the worst thing in the world. But I think here, where you've got like a very specific resolution, the aesthetic is otherwise like super consistent. It's really jarring and noticeable the one position it's missed, you know? It's actually quite easy when you actually do the inputs right. It's just such a anti-intuitive. Like right off the bat, we need to do that. Okay. Like, how do you do that without? You go up at too sharp an angle. Why is there like string hanging everywhere as well? What's that about? No, those are pretty fat hitboxes. Oh wait, are those jump throughs? God damn. No. Oh, keep trying. Why? Let's just do that. Oh yeah, we can't, if we press down at any point, we're gonna... Right, so we just do that. And this is gonna do that, so we're just gonna be quick, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it made it a bit tricky to see, but I don't know, it might just be me. Okay, it was like upside down versions of those. Yeah, I appreciate it in keeping the aesthetic, but maybe something that draws a bit of attention to those platforms might be nice. Pointed out specifically just because I failed to do them, but... Don't super jump, because if we try, we'll fall through. No! Why would you position it so it's like just further than a sprint jump? Mean. Yeah, well that was nice and easy. Now what the heck do we do? Oh, is that a thing? No. Okay. Oh, why did I say that was easy? Thought we were just gonna fail out. Oh, of course, because again, these little flowers just, I don't know, they make it seem like it's not a jumpable position. And just make it harder to identify the spot that you're supposed to go to. How do I play again? Usually by downloading them and running the executable. I assume you mean how you submit. Usually at the start of a stream, which is already passed, there'll be a Google form that you go to and you put your game in along with a link to download it, etc. And then I play it. But we usually take in about 10 because I can only do so many. I wondered when that was going to come up. I knew there's the ducking and there's ice. He's going to do a ducky slidey ice thing at some point. Is there actually any way to super jump on those? I guess not, right? Yeah, because the moment you do it, it's over. Ugh, preemptive. Pretty hard. It's like, what's the... Why does everything need to be frame perfect? And then once you press it, you're committed. You're like, was that too fast? Oh, and then by the time you're wondered about it, you've made it too slow. Ugh. Oh, what? Just realized. Okay. God, you move so fast in this game. It's kind of disorientating how quickly you move. So there you can actually just crouch. No. We should probably gotta move on, actually. These are all pretty much just gonna be like this, right? That felt a lot chiller than the other rooms. Key is just working out when and when not to sprint. It was a bit like when to hold down, when not to hold down. Why would I pick then? What's the worst possible time I could jump? It's been safe for a while now. I bet it'll stay that way. No! No. Stupid. This will be the last one, I think. I know there's probably exactly 10 rooms or whatever, but it just is what it is. Unless this looks ridiculously easy. It does not. Okay. That was cool. Yeah, level design was good. Like, basic, but it's like, you stuck to all the like just generally correct principles of doing that kind of thing. They're all just tight, linear, simple stories that followed. There's nothing extraneous about the levels. They were good, and the aesthetic was really nice. It was consistent. Other than, I would argue you didn't need to do it at that high of a resolution. You didn't need those extra pixels. You could have just kept it at resolution, made it like more precise of a game. And also, then you wouldn't have that mixeling issue of the character kind of stood in the subpixels. Yeah, exactly. The absence of a jump buffer is like noticeable just because of how quickly you move. Like, not every platformer needs to have the jump buffer or the coyote dive, but it is almost always helpful. And it is especially helpful. Wow, I'm proper vibrating today. What's just because of that thing? Just rocking the desk a bit. I'm just noticing that the camera just moving up and down loads. Yeah, it's especially noticeable when you have a game where you just move that fast. And like, as I say, normally I give like proper plus points to having like really constrained tight levels that are just really focused about being about their thing. I think the one issue I had with it, and I don't really even know the best fix to it, I think maybe some expansion of how you introduce the game, is that you just don't really get a lot of time to get used to your jump arcs or anything like that. And you can, as I did, just skip over the fact that you can sprint and just be like, well, I don't even know how to do this first level. And that could be like any key on the keyboard I'm looking for, right? When I heard there was sprint, I was just like, what will that be? And I guessed something nearby jump, probably, and I was correct. It was K. But that could be problematic. But generally speaking, it's solid, you know. It's a good consistent look and feel, tight level design. Knows what it is and what it wants to be. I think it's like, as I say, there's like a little bit of this roughness with that at the start. And you really do have to do everything to maximize your aesthetic so that the player like gets it, and gets what it is they're playing, what it's going to be. There's some of that as well that'll just be in like pre-game, right? About like in here and stuff like that you could do that lets players know that it's a very hard platformer, and you can expect to die a lot right away. The biggest clue you have is the death counter, right? You have a big death counter on screen and it's like flashing and stuff like that. That kind of gives it away, along with like the design of the spikes as well, if you're familiar with these kind of games. But you really do have to like maximize that stuff, otherwise like you run the risk of players just being like, "Whoa, why is it so hard?" Like, and just not really gelling with it. They need to know what they're buying in for. But it's good, it's satisfying, it's fun and satisfying to pull off. It's a bit fast for me, I think. Like, it kind of just makes me feel like sometimes like I just, and just like, whoa, did I do that? I fluked my way through it, but it does kind of look cool at the same time when you just like, you nail each arc or whatever. Because they've been designed for the distances, and it looks good and feels good when you do them. Yeah, like, I think this screen just feels a bit slightly insufficient. I get that there's some value as well in having the player stumble around on the first screen before being like, oh yeah, sprint maybe, or whatever, right? But I mean, note that you had to tell me that, right? Otherwise, if you hadn't been able to tell me that, I'd have probably ended up closing the game down, starting it back up again, and being like, did I miss something? And then maybe seeing sprint on the screen, kind of, right? There's a few ways you can like improve. I think just like an expansion of your level 0 would be the way I would approach like making the onboard a little bit smoother, but I don't know, there's a few things you could do. It's good though. Just generally all around solid. Good job. Next up, we have a game called Snecca from Rowie_Shap, a small puzzle game made for a jam. And we've got a lot of games to play, so I do need to try my best to not make every game half an hour long. So, sorry if it seems unfair if we spent like about half an hour playing that. For me to then, oh, that looks cool. I always get itch.io. I've never even had any. I've never done this, but I need to put some time aside to just play a bunch of random itch games because they all look so cool. Anyway, that's not what we're doing now. Right now, I'm playing Snecca Post Jam version 0.6. Music might be a bit loud, not sure how it'll be for you. It's come out alright. What is this song? This is a song. This is like a song I know, but being played on piano. What is this? Rejected Wii shopping music. God, harsh. Doesn't really sound anything like that. Oh, someone said Snecca, and then I realized that this is, yeah, it's like a snake game, right? There's random stuff I pulled in the last 30 minutes, but the jam didn't know royalty free already. I don't know if anyone knows. Anyone on YouTube knows. What is this song? It's definitely a song. Movement buffer amount 8 frames. Okay. It's a lot to just put on here, but I guess like the jam is just like, quick, stick all the options on the screen. But I kind of like the menu. Consistency issues here though, right? You've got like, this is like pixel art, and the background is like pixel art. This kind of isn't really. The menu isn't either. And no, it really matches. I mean, you could argue even the pixel art of the snakes doesn't really even match the background because like that, the whole like black outline style. Did you need a black outline on black? Like, I don't know. We'll see what happens when we actually start the game, I guess. Just Snake. Oh, you can like move his head around on the screen. Lots of Snake who could move with WASD or the arrow keys and play the classic game on Snake. Someone's excited because they can make shaky text. This isn't quite a classic game of Snake. I mean, usually there's like a timer, right? You don't usually get to wait and plan out your decisions, so it's a bit different. off the bat. Success! Press any button to continue. Now, these fonts are all over the place, man. Like, look at this. Like, this is closer to being more consistent with this, like, style, right? And then what's this all about? As was tradition, the snake sought out good apples and avoided the bad on its trek to Snecca, the ancient city of all snakes. Oh. I don't know if we need to get them all. Do we need to get them all? No. So why would... is there a reason we would even want them? Ah. Wait, no, I don't get it. What happened? Oh. See. That's just being on a hole. But it's okay because we have something on a surface. So I get that becomes immediately clear if you try and do this. Is that... Yeah, I guess you have to learn it to finish the level, don't you? Yeah, I guess that works. Yeah, there are ways to open them by stretching one's abilities. Okay, and then just, you leave the thing on it for X length of time, right. Weird looking button, or whatever it is. Can you, like, I went from behind it because I was like, does that even open from all sides? It does. She's spearing its own. I know, like... See, I feel like I say this every time these effects come up. I know they're cool, but did this need to shake? Did this need to... Like, I respect changing the color of tail and, like, highlighting tail a little bit, because it's, like, mechanically a thing. But was this one really... It's so easy to overuse, so it's not something. I'm guessing we need this length. Oh, I assumed we were gonna, like, get cut in half and it was gonna be like, that's okay. Oh, wait, I see. He's fearing it because of the game of Snake. Oh. No, it didn't do what we wanted. How does that work? Okay. Use whatever's behind it. Just about. It's interesting because some of these are like a little bit like quite a bit of open space, and it feels like there's a few ways to do the thing. It's not necessarily a bad thing. It usually is a bad thing, but not really proved to have been in this case. Oh, you can just undo. I think that like that previous level was like a little unclear at first. It's like, oh, maybe it's like I thought maybe it was just going to be showing me that getting my tail cut off in the door was fine, but it was like a reference to Snake. I don't know if everyone would get that if they like didn't know about Snake. I guess they would. I guess. A lot of this game for me so far has been like, does that work? And we're like, I guess it does. So this is just like a level, but also a reason to tell you that undo exists. Oh. Oh, we don't actually need any of that, do we? We just need a way to, like... How on earth are we gonna... Oh, we just need to be really long. So we do need to actually just come back there. Yeah, as long as that's there, we'll be fine. Okay. Just music. Kinda works now. I'm a bit into the game. I was a bit thrown by it at first. Sounds less familiar now. It feels more just generic piano. Something about the way it started made me just think this is like a song, but I don't know what this is. That's gonna be tricky, I think. I don't know. Maybe you've tested this or whatever and it's actually fine, but like I feel like there's gonna be some people for whom a degree of color blindness is gonna make differentiating this and this a problem. I had a very similar thing in Tribal Tension where like the teal tribe and the white tribe just looked identical to some people, or the teal tribe and the blue tribe looked identical. We were doing like attack gray and stuff like that, right? Might want to invoke symbols or something. Little triangles on the buttons or something like that. A triangle on the door, I don't know, or something like, or a 2, like a Roman numeral 2, or any number of things you could do. Might cut off too much. No, just enough. Challenge? It's really hard to time that guy. It's hard to know what's going to happen first, and it looks like your head moves first in that situation. Because I'm like, when you move, you simultaneously bring your whole body down with you. So when you go to snap yourself into place, I'm thinking, like, how does that work? Is it going to move my head first, or the body first? Because that matters in terms of what gets left behind. And in this case, it's like the head moves first, and actually what was just there gets left. I can't actually get my head around this cutting thing. I need to leave more. Yes, it needs to be like some. I think that's the minimum it can be. I'm not sure. Guessing this is gonna screw me up, right? And that's why this level is called Greed. Like there's too many you can eat. Was that like a trick to make me think you'd done 10,000? Oh. Or did you just screw it up by putting the gun? It's a whole thing. Thank you nonetheless for the 10 bits. Said challenge, like, he said it's optional. Well, how do I... Like, as far as I've seen, it's just gone linearly one level to the next, right? So how is this optional? Oh, there's like a level select. Right, okay. But there's a problem there, just like... It doesn't feel optional because you just come into it because you go from one level to the next, right? Nothing is there to indicate, like... This level is optional. Other than the fact that it was called a challenge and it was a different color text, there's no like, this level is optional. If you don't feel like doing it, go to this one or whatever, you know? I think if you're gonna kick yourself from one level to the next, generally, you kind of want to make your challenge levels like that opt-in rather than opt-out. You know, like it comes up that you've unlocked a challenge level or something like that, right? That you could go do, but then just push you on to the next level instead. It's interesting. It's an interesting way of, like... There's something to be said for putting it directly in the player's path. I'm just like, oh, and here's this... But I think you need to be careful about making sure the player knows very clearly where their off-ramp is to go on the left side, you know? I think we've seen the general gist of this here, though. Unless there's anything particularly exciting or interesting here. Wow, that looks very Barbarous you. Again, just too many random effects. Like, the effects are inconsistent, and I'm not really sure what they mean anymore, you know? Time and wait for them to progress alone when they could be priced. Oh. Oh, I see. That's cute. Oh. Why did he go past it? You have to, like... So the text on that one says head and face the right direction, but that felt just more like the hint should have been about synchronizing time or something, right? Because that's kind of what that felt more like. Oh, I suppose it's helped by the first bit of the text, but I was drawn to the coloured bit. One of the travellers would overshot their goals. Yeah, the first bit of that text is more helpful than the latter bit, even though the latter bit is the coloured bit. Yeah, but I don't think that was the point. I think you meant right is incorrect, not. Anyway, I do want to keep moving on with these games, so I am going to leave this one here. But it is very cool. Levels are introduced really well. The concepts are introduced one at a time in a really nice, smooth, interesting way. There's a lot of concepts and not a lot of just like playing around with those concepts. It's like immediately each level is like another thing with that thing. There's no like, now let's show you've mastered the thing. It's just like, lesson, I've learned that lesson, I've learned that lesson, I've learned that, which is actually quite nice. And it's just like, it's fun, satisfying. I don't know what I got like later and later and later in. But like, we're already 11 levels in, and it's like, just, it's still in that pattern. So there's no like, it felt like a lot of these mechanics probably had a few more things you could get. Like you say, you had a challenge level with a bit more in it and so on, but that felt quite hard. I don't know, maybe the mechanics don't support it very well. I don't know. It's hard to tell without playing loads more of it. But generally, the way it's all introduced is very cool. The art style is like sort of a shame, just because it's mostly just the GUI and stuff that's the issue, and I don't think you needed the black outlines on stuff. Maybe that would have helped. Like, some things don't have them anyway, like that little traveler dude looks cool without any, like, things on him. I think he just has a little drop shadow, right? And it's like you decided on a look and an aesthetic for all of this that like is mostly consistent, and then just why the UIs are like this? I guess maybe because you just used some of the pre-built UI you already had or something for chat. I don't know. That's a shame, but the game is good. The puzzle game is good. It's well introduced. Like, every level just has a simple idea. The challenge would then be to progress it into more complicated things, where you take everything the player knows and the player then has to apply those things, but with just like one little twist or one little conceit or something that's just like in the way that then they can figure out based on understanding all of those rules and be like, because otherwise, up until that point, it's just like you get the cool moments, but they're all in like the solving of the thing that's being very heavily, if not explicitly, hinted to you by the text, right? So it feels like I'm like still in a holding pan of tutorials up through like level 11, but they're all very good tutorials. Yeah, I like the idea. The whole idea of it is very cool. Just like little puzzle things around like a sort of turn-based snake. It's good. Lots of just little interesting challenges on what like the rules of the snake universe are and what those movements mean and so on. And like, what if you could bite off your own tail, kind of thing. It's interesting. Hard to wrap your head around the tail biting off stuff and like position it right. Well, that's good. And with that, we move on to the Chromatic Shield by LtCoyote. Find the pieces of the Chromatic Shield in the dungeons of the Nameless Evil, Metroidvania-like prototype. Okie doke. Controls, too many. Download. What font, though? I mean, I know it's just the one you get given on itch.io, but it's... I don't know, the colour goes well in this background. It makes it kind of hard to read, but it looks nice. I feel like I want to zoom in. Nameless Evil invaded the planet of I recommend to read any... Oh, no. Use keyboard or gamepad to play. Use keyboard for sound and music options, okay? I hope the game's going to tell me some of this stuff. Windows protected your PC. Can it not for a moment? Well, I appear to have run the... Yeah, there it is. Something that didn't come up on my like taskbar until I tabbed into it. the lover of tower defense games and a streamer, how would you feel about chat integration into a tower defense where chat can pick the next enemy type, possibly limit the towers you can use for how many times? That sounds pretty cool. Like, you need specific... the problem with those kind of things is, like, I feel like they vary a lot based on just, like, the audience you have, and not just, like, in terms of what the people are like, although that is a big variable, but, like, how many there are, you know? Like, tribal tension varies so much on basis of just, like, how many people are trying to take part or whatever, and it just has an upper limit. As well as, like, a minimum, it has, like, a sweet spot range, and, like... how many streamers are going to have the exact sweet spot range necessary for that? The experience you're trying to create, they can be weird. Although it's impossible to try and balance that out. Make it kind of the game adapt around it. But anyway. What happened? Right control. Right control. That's all the way this way, over here. Why can't I press left? Oh. My armor systems were shut down for decades? Let's try some basic functions. Use A and D to move forward. Okay, they work. Now try a jump. That is quite a jump. Look at that arc, man. That's a pointy arc. These water effects are pretty. Someone read the TIG source post from the guys who did Kingdom. Okay, now just go wherever the heck you want, I guess. That thing looks like, is that just to imply we fell down here, or did we see ourselves fall down here at the start? I guess it's just to imply it, right? It's like brighter as it goes up. I think the art here is good. Oh, that's timing down. We have like 18 minutes to live or something. Traps. Gargoyle, what shoots the thing? Oh. There's just nothing we can do. Oh, is he just gonna... Don't wait there. Oh, okay. No. I think someone left all these batteries lying around. If you look up like Kingdom, Water Reflection, TIG source, I can't remember how detailed it is, but the guy does go over like how he did that whole water effect. Can't they just move in a nice predictable patrol? Why do they have to like aggro on? It was a bit of a sus looking jump arc, but like any arc works if the level design is built for it. It's not too bad. Makes dealing with enemies a little bit weird and rough because you're always doing such big high jumps. And like long falls. Right shift. This is, you're really building a cockpit of keyboard controls, like it's a both hands game. Does it like use up my power or anything like that, or can I just kind of run with it out all the time? Say it reflected lasers or something, right? Does that... Does it include projectiles like the things the gargoyles were shooting? It does. Oh, they are lasers. Alright, they look like... well, maybe they are, I don't know. Uh-oh. Why is the game over double pixel resolution? Whatever. It's consistent enough. Oh, there was no like... okay, we just gotta do all that again. Yeah, what? Hang on. Oh, you just... Do they instantly kill you, or do they just drain it really fast? Without much of the feedback. Nothing told me like Lieutenant Coyote. Is it important? I don't think it told me that. It's like you have such, because of the jump arc, look at the tightness of just jumping over one of these dudes. Like, that's brutal. I wasn't waiting that. Get out of the way! Stop making me wait! That's all you're doing! Just so much like hitting heads on ceilings and so on, right? Ugh. I have to do frame perfect jumps just to get over stupid beetles. Oh, come on! Why do they aggro towards you? So unnecessary. Taking a moment to catch up there, maybe because I was mashing through a bit quickly, I don't know. Right. Even that, like, that was like a... They turn around and move, so sometimes you just can't even physically get over them. That's so unnecessarily harsh. Some of those jumps were as good as I could imagine them being without actually knowing the hitbox. Is that ever gonna move? Oh, for Christ's sake. Come on. I have no tools. I have no way to deal with these things. I'm just taking loads of damage. They do, but then like it's like there's nothing you can do. Finally. It's kind of weird to have it like just as a long like fork of the dungeon there that just leads down to a little health pickup. Exit, and I guess that's what we're after, right? It's cute to show it there. Oh, alright, so that like, if that's that specific, that really needed pointing out. I don't know if I missed it in the text, but I don't think I did. That's like, that's super necessary to tell the player. Despite being like way more atmospherically intense and like cool music and like a whole different change in tone and feeling like, oh, there's some tension here. That bit is mechanically way easier than everything else we've done up to this point. That beginning is super rough. I feel like I want, like, with the mirror shield, some sort of line of where it's going to reflect the thing. What happens if I reflect this way? I thought so. Oh, so we can just fall into that one. This level's way better for what it's worth. Like, that intro is super rough though. Don't know what you do there. Can't do anything to them because you can't do the shield in the air. Can't jump high enough. Shrug. Did we already? I think we've already hit all these, right? Kind of an awkward part where you just have to sort of come all the way back down. But the process of doing that level was fairly fun. Weird just how much speed that gains at the end of its arc. And you got no gravity, but like, ooh. Middling enemies like fire. How do I know if something is a middling enemy? Page down. What are these controls, man? Okay. Page down. And yeah, no. Oh, hey, it tells you all the. Oh, starting from the beginning. Aesthetically, it was very cool. Yeah, I like all the artwork in it. All the artwork is great. Effects look super nice. The wall looks really cool. Even this title screen's cool. Not sure why there's a 20-minute timer or whatever, but whatever. I guess that's maybe a thing later on. I don't know. I don't know what the deal is with the timer. Yeah, the controls feel a bit just sort of thrown all over the keyboard. None of them are terrible or anything when you start using them. They're just a bit like... It's a bit all over the place. Yeah, I mean, you don't know LtCoyote, but like I stood out the page down thing because it came up then, but it's also R, which is like right next to WASD, and that's like better. But like, it's weird. Like, control and shift, and then also like R and page down. Like it's just it's a tighter focus, I think. Right shift or B. Oh, B. Who's gonna use B? Like if you're using the arrow keys maybe, but then you can't reach the control. Oh my god, I don't know. All of them are all over the place. The beginning is horrible. It's just straight up horrible. Like the beetles that you can't. Like, I don't think you even can jump over them sometimes. Like if they turn around, like because they're trying to follow you or whatever. You just hit them because you hit your head on the ceiling and you fall down. Your jump arc becomes a spike. Because you jump so high and so fast, but you have like generally low horizontal movement. So you have a spike jump arc. If you wanted to change that, you generally actually just reduce your up and down numbers so that you just spend more time in the air. Even if you don't go as high, and that gives you a smoother jump and allows you to get over things in smaller spaces like that. Or refine the level design to fit so that you just have a bit more vertical space and you can actually get over the damn things. A lot of the actual jumping to platforms and stuff was fine, like it was suited for it, but then your tight corridors with bugs in when you don't have the shield and you can't do anything about them. Hella lame! And it's possibly you don't notice because you spend most of your time playing and testing the game with the shield and stuff like that, whereas you just kind of run through them. The game is called the Chromatic Shield. I gather that it's an important part of the game, right? So you mostly have the shield a lot of times, so you're not thinking about what it's like to play without it. And it's horrible. Just because of the jump arc. And the jump arc is okay after that because most of the time you're not really running into any problems that will be caused by it, even though it's a little uncomfortable in some zones. Generally, like that section with the jumping and the fireballs and that was fine for it for the most part. It was all sort of designed around it. If you design around your jump arc perfectly, you can have any jump arc. But some are trickier to use than others, and this is not necessarily handled well in some of these enemies. The enemies don't need like an AI that like comes out, like tracks you to the edge of a platform and then just sits there and waits for you and be like, come on then. Because like it's the only place you can land because your jump arc limits the places you can go to. Like you're trying to get up to one side of a platform, you can't because there's a bug there. Okay, I'll walk to the other side, but the bug moves about as fast as you do. So he just goes to the other side of the platform and you can't land there anymore. You can't land over him because your jump arc doesn't let you go far. So you're just gonna hit the beetles a whole bunch. After that bit, and when we go like when we have the shield and we're doing reflecting fireballs and stuff and that kind of thing, it comes together a bit more, feels a bit more rounded out, or feels a bit better. But until that point, God, feels a nightmare. Cool game though, enjoyed it. Very, very pretty. Nice music, generally nice introduction. The level design, but everything is better once you have the shield. And there's just a bit of a, yeah, it's a really rough, weird, and it didn't even need to be that much, like, jumping around and stuff to get to the shield either, really, I don't think. Could have been a bit of a simpler path. I know you wanted to introduce things and then be like, and now you have the shield and you can deal with these things. I think you could have done it in a bit of a, in a way that was, I don't know, less. Just not less anything in particular, just less. Cool. Down to 8. God damn it, man. It's one of these days. Bouncing Ball from... Oh no, the name of the game is ProtoGame from RawDocMok. Prototype of a hard platformer. God, it's one of those days today, isn't it? One button platformer. Press any key to move left or right. Any key. So I'm guessing we can't jump. It's literally just move left or right. How do we press any key to move left or right? Okay. It just swaps direction. So I guess I'll use the mouse. Wait, is that? No, yeah, that's just what it... Hang on, that's weird. Like, there's no wall. Like, there's white here. But then if I zoom in, if I full screen, there's suddenly like a wall here, but no wall on this. Does kind of look like he goes off the edge a bit there. So let's, I don't know, let's play full screen, I guess. Is this what we do? No, you don't like gain extra bounce height, but you do that. Okay, interesting start. Already, I think I already know what my frustration is going to be. I mean, it's when I miss a timing and now I have the... Oh, wait, no, I can just turn around whenever I want, can't I? Yeah, ignore me. Yeah, I can just be like, yeah. So that is probably, in a way, the best minimum budget, like, death transition, death effect thing I've ever seen that still ticks all the boxes. Like, you want me to know what happened, everything has stopped, I'm dead, bad, right? I press any button, we just come back. Most new developers there would have just done, you touch this, room restart, or something like that, right? This is infinitely better, and is probably just as, well, not quite as cheap as just doing one line, right? You've got to actually, like, you just freeze the player and you put them in a state where if you press any button, you just restart, right? Then you just like, just having a freeze there before you restart, like, it's like, pretty. It's not, um, it's not exactly game of the year death transition, but like, that's like the that's the minimum. It's a good example. That's a good example of the exact minimum you want. A mouse on the screen because I'm using it. I'm using the mouse. I suppose it doesn't matter what we're clicking on, but quite hard to. I suppose actually, if you're in the air, you can kind of. It's hard. I can see the trajectory not quite lining up and don't really know how to adjust it. Or when the best time is to click to try and adjust it, if it even makes a difference. Okay. Oh, come on. Don't just do the same thing again. Unless they're closer together. I don't know, is that just gonna be... Oh. Uh, hmm. very hard. I don't want to be on the screen for ages, but I want to know what comes next, and so I'm so frustrated that you've just done the exact same fucking problem again. It's like the same height. It's the same thing. Oh, they're closer together, so it's harder. Yeah, like the tiniest. Again, it's an extremely minimal game, and even down to its level design, it's like, what's the minimum difference I could make to this level? To just about qualify it as a new level. Am I allowed to move on yet? I how your respawn doesn't even line you up to clear the first one. You have to make a micro adjustment every time, and then like maybe I need to make a bigger adjustment so I land in the right spot to clear the next one. Nah. Oh my god. Something new. This guy, I like this, like the way of climbing things. It's just a fun, like, oh yeah, that's a neat consequence of those being the rules. And what, we just gotta like jump from as high as possible there, is that? I suppose as high as possible would be. Uh, you falling from there, how would you even. I suppose if you. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, I don't need to jump again there. Yeah, because you also turn around when you hear a thing, right? One, two, three. Boing, boing. Simple. That's a nice level. That's a lot better than the stupid 5 Pillars of Doom one. 3 Pillars one is okay. The 5 Pillar one is fine, but I would have done it later so that you could spend some more time doing fun ideas before just, oh, and here's this one idea taken to an extreme. Maybe you didn't consider it to be an extreme. It felt like one. This is pretty nuts as well. I don't think I'm getting any further, but I really like the idea. The idea is cool. I like the minimal execution of it. I love the death thing, honestly. Like, that's so cheap, and yet covers like, it's so effective at doing the thing that games just don't do when they're really simple. People are just like, what happens when you die? Room restart or whatever, right? And they just there's that jarring snapback. I can see very clearly where I died. I saw the clean movement of myself into the thing and be like, oh, that's what happened. I just at my own pace, click and start again and do it next time. That's very, very good. And the perfect, minimal, consistent aesthetic because it is all just shapes, no outline, and they're just colors. And there's like a 3-color game. It's good. This level is nonsense. You didn't need this to be just after this. Like, it's just so unnecessary. Did I come back into this, die there, and it respawned me there? That's brutal. Like, if I die there, does that... Oh my god. That is savage. You don't want to do that. But I guess it's a prototype, whatever. But... yeah, that's very, very mean. Oh, you just got all that, and you stopped paying attention for a second, you went back and died to a thing. Now you have to do it again. That was really cool. Thanks, RawDocMok. I don't have a lot else to say about it. It's a simple prototype. Again, I wouldn't put the 5-pillar one immediately after the 3-pillar one. Not that the 5-pillar one's a bad level. I mean, I hate it, but it's not that it's a bad level. But I would just maybe just space that nonsense out a bit. So people come back and be like, wait, didn't I do this a little while ago? Oh no, it's harder. It's so much harder just because there's more of them that are close together. That's interesting. Sure. But don't do it right away. Like, just show us the cool stuff in the game. Let's see Caelan's Adventure 2 again. I wonder what's changed. Before this had like a big 3D hub world and also didn't look anything like this. These guys are sick. Look at these guys. Holy crap, is this a consistent art style? You could argue the lack of like outlining on him, but like it's getting there. Look at that. Oops. This. Okay, extract all. I do need to grab another drink, or I will collapse. No a tutorial. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. That's where is I will be right back. No one knows the PRV. That's an old pun from Gun That Shoots Speed. It's both a dumb pun and a deep lore reference. The deepest lore reference, that. Raise your hands if you watched the development of A Gun That Shoots Bees live on Twitch. Possibly the best Blood and Diary game I've made. Definitely up there. Possibly the best scoring one. I think it came like 4th overall or something. It was like my second one or something. We'll be doing another one of them soon. Doing Blood and Diary 48 for sure. That's what, the 24th and the 25th? I constantly forget. Oh yeah, 23rd through 26th. Yeah, that weekend. So I don't know what we'll do on the Friday because like I don't want to wear myself out by doing like a whole stream into a stream. But we'll see how I feel when we get there. Anyway, so this is completely different to like Caelan's. Like I'm sure we were playing Caelan's Adventure 2 before, right? We were playing the prototype of the sequel that had like a 3D hub world and stuff. Maybe this still has this. I don't know yet. But now we've opened the game into a tutorial. It says welcome to the tutorial. Generally unnecessary to tell explicitly that it is the tutorial. That's not necessarily harmful either way. All right, space to jump. Okay. You know, I was about to make a comment of just like, you know, this looks, despite being background element, this looks a little bit like platform, but because it's darkened so much, I can believe that it won't be, so it's not that bad. That it actually is a platform, and it kind of... Be careful with that, because it can just... Actually, I think that's fine, because it's right there, it's right at the start, right? It's not like you can jump high enough to reach this, so you're going to jump there, you're going to land on this, be like, oh, okay. But be careful of it in your future level design, because it might be something that slips out of your head, and it might be something you expect to fall through and then don't, and that kind of thing, you know? I'm through the wall. I don't think you needed to say that as well. Honestly, I don't think you even need this text. There's nothing else you can do. I know it's for a kid as well, so I mean, but kids aren't that stupid, you know. I don't know. They can be pretty stupid. Still like these animations as well. They're good. But like, you know, like it's good to tell you like left and right move and space jump, even though they seem like super obvious, but like it's good to just be like, okay, this is where my hands go on the keyboard. Like, no issue with that. And as I said before, there's no real issue with doing text. Doing text way better than not doing anything at all. Underrated is text, frankly. But here, I'm just saying, probably get away with it, right? And just being like, there's a lot of lag. So you can't jump high enough. You know you can't jump high enough. There must be some way to proceed. Oh, press up. But it's not for a very young audience. It's not the worst idea. Now, and it's not really harmful. Just best thinking about, you know. Let's trying test it out, you know. That's how you learn these things. You can even climb through the wall. I don't think that takes it. Saws hurt. Do they? They do. Can I just get hurt infinitely? We can. We can even use the invincibility to run through a bit, but we get the idea that it's not necessarily a great thing that's happening. It's pushing us back, it's delaying our progress, we get the idea, and we're probably going to try and jump over them, but it doesn't matter if we don't hit them. That's good. I like it, it's cool. Jump on head to defeat, or just avoid. Okay. I respect this a lot. Like, it's super basic, and like, I could be like, oh, there are better ways of doing all this stuff, and there are, but like, this is fine, you know, and it works. I love that. That, like, the little effect there that comes out when you do a double jump, That's great, because the issue I always have with people when they just throw a double jump into their game is that there's no differentiating the double jump from the jump at all. So having anything, like having like a special jump effect that goes off when you do it, or just having something like that, super cheap, you know, like it just shows exactly like, and it shows where you were as well. I like that. That's twofold good, because like not only does it solve that issue of just being like, oh, you've used your double jump kind of thing, like when you run off of an edge or whatever and jump, like you can see the difference as well. You can see there's a jump buffer. Jump buffer is always nice to have, but you can also tell the difference between a jump buffer jump and your double jump because of the thing that gets left behind. You can just instinctively see it. You know what I mean. But not only does it do that, it shows you exactly where you were when it went off as well. So you get like that frame of reference for helping with your trajectory and so on. You have a double jump, jump plus jump. You could argue that it's not the best way to explain it, saying like you have a double jump, like what does that necessarily mean? If you're familiar with games, then you know, sure. But like the more like I've never played a game before text would be like you can jump again in midair. You can press jump again in midair to perform a double jump or something like that, you know. More wordy, I guess. Down and jump equal roll. Hold down to roll longer. Ah! So if I let go there, it just like keeps going. Okay. Pixel art and rotation is yeah, but I guess like from the source we're leaning into it. Oh, okay. We can just change characters whenever we want. Different. Oh, okay. All right. One is double jump. Q. This is all a bit much right away. I like this swinging thing as like a thing to test the things on. Like, there's so much you can do with just a double jump. Like, there's a huge amount of like possibilities. Just for fun, you can use any character. Okay, but they do radically change the possibility space, you know? Like, suddenly I can like clear gaps like that length of space over that, like that enormous like of. There's a huge amount of difference, like a distance I can cover with that, right? The double jump has a different amount of space I can cover, but it allows me to do things like completely like I can fall a super long way and then recover and loads of different things. Dashing to enemies like that like means areas with enemies allow this guy to cover a huge amount of space. Like they do actually I mean, I guess if you're leveled, it depends on your level design to a degree, I guess, but like does sort of change a lot. Like they're all cool. I like all these abilities. They're all interesting and they're all delivered well. And like I love the little consistency with the ghost things coming behind them when you do one of these abilities, and they all look like that, and they just have their own unique color. I think they're all executed really well and could have really cool, interesting level design. Which is giving you them all at once. Like I'm not gonna remember any of these things. Time for the real level. Nothing. It's fine. It's a cool cutscene here. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Because I'm just like, what is all of this extras? Okay. We coded slopes, and by God, we will use them. We sat through Shaun's 50-minute tutorial video on right slope. And by God, they will be implemented. We will put them right here. But sir, we don't need a slope there. It doesn't add anything to the put the slopes in. Put them there. It's going to dip into the floor and come up the other side. It's important. What's this area about? And why am I now have a timer. Oh God, no! I pressed R on a Game Maker game. Why would you do it, Shaun? Oh, this is interesting. Just like I didn't notice with the ladder. Like, you can... That's really... Look at that! You can, like, ladder from, like, half a way away, and it just, like, smoothly... But that's super well done. This has leveled up loads from what I remember. Object slope. Oh, gosh. Wonder. Oh, God, that was forever ago, and I never finished it. But yeah, try. It's not a problem, but like here's yeah. So why didn't you use the slopes here? Then you kind of like fall down. Oh, I don't know, whatever. I get like setting the right height and everything to come through here. That's fine, but like the top of the screen's a bit of a distracting weirdness. Try it doesn't really hurt there, but like don't get into the habit of using like actual environmental stuff in like a loose kind of random decorative way. Can cause big problemo. See, now I know this can be a thing. I'm like, oh, does this want me to swap to this guy? And you're like, oh, but the powers don't matter. But you've been here to tell me that the powers don't matter. And if I'm here as just a gamer who's seen that we've got like 4 characters worth of abilities, I'm now thinking like, oh, do I need to use those? I mean, I know I'm not the target audience, but it's a lot of just stuff here. I don't know, kind of, it's fine, really, I guess. But there's just a lot of stuff, like, it's all just a bit random. Like, what's this? Like, what are these about? Like, who's meant to be hit by these? You know? I like the visual of this, like, slopey thing. The, whatever you call this travelator thing down here. Conveyor belt. Decorate. Yeah, that's the thing. You don't want to decorate with meaningful gameplay elements, right? Because it's confusing. Like, what's this whole area of the space for? You know? Don't try... It's not, like, the hugest problem in the world here, so you might be thinking, like, what's the big deal? But, like, try generally and avoid using actual mechanical elements of your game as just decoration. This is gonna make me think there's a purpose, and I'm like, well, what's... And it comes off as random decoration, you know? It comes off as you just kind of going, throw some things over here, some things over there, and so on, right? Decorate using decoration. You know, use things that don't have any meaningful gameplay attached to them. So that when I see the meaningful gameplay things, I focus on them and I can be like, okay, I've got these things to jump over and I've got to get through here and under here and I can think about it and what's that, you know? Branching paths like this as well. Like, it's not necessary. It made me think about more things than oh, I need to. I mean, I know getting hit actually has no consequence. But like, and it's not so much about like, so well, what difference does it make? You know, like Travelator, that's what they're called. So like when you go to the airport, right, and you get on there's like a conveyor belt, like an escalator, but like just horizontally, called a travelator. You get on it and you travel. Never heard. I don't like in the context of a kid playing the game, maybe yeah. What does it matter that there's a branching path there? And a random spider that no one is ever going to get hit by. And maybe it's just there to intimidate them a little. Maybe that works for kids, I don't know. But it's about creating a memorable experience, you know? Trying to make things cohesive and so on. There's a general things that are not necessarily big problems in this context, but could cause you problems later down the road as you just learn game design and try and learn to make things cohesive and meaningful experiences. Kind of like that just funnels you to the button, so you just end up pushing it one way or the other. Again, I'd like this is the most relevant saw blade we've seen in ages, and it's like actually super intimidating because it moves and it's like in all of the places you're gonna want to be at different times. I love this tile set though. This tile set is really cool, pretty, and it's consistent. You know, it all fits together. Look how much better this looks. Just look how much better this looks. I realize some of you don't have context for like how much better it looks, but that's just, well, unfortunate. See, here I feel like I want to use, what's it? Doo does that, right? Is there an alternative way to deal with that? Or do I have to do that? Because if I have to do that, then your whole spiel about it being like, oh, they're just there for fun is nonsense because you need it. Oh, no, of course, because you can jump through those. And you can ignore it entirely. That's the thing with that, just having darkened platforms as being like, oh, you can go through this is like a little bit hard to, well, for people like me, I guess, at least, to get it in their brains. Especially when it's just so many paths, I'm just like, where do you want me to go? I guess just to the right. I don't know. Huh. Yeah. It's like a little checkpointing thing. It's like similar to. Maybe there's just like an invisible checkpoint there or something then. The last place it like knew you were safe or whatever. Cool. Maybe some indication of where those are if they are hand placed, or if it's dynamic, then fair enough. So this is one of the reasons why you don't want to decorate with meaningful mechanics. And I realize that actually a lot of this stuff is actually fairly meaningful. So I don't know, maybe this isn't the best example of that. Yeah, looking at it, actually most of this stuff is pretty consequential, but not because it's all pushing the blocks around into their specific places and so on, I guess. But I think you probably do without some of these, like that top one, like under this ladder, maybe. Because now I'm looking at the screen and I've actually got to solve a puzzle and I've got to look at them and be like, where do I go? What did the button over there with the door closed? And it took me a really long time just looking at the screen with the amount of just stuff that's on it that I know can be relevant. To find that button in the top left. Getting that is actually pretty tricky. No, it's not. We just kind of jump. And you help that issue so much more if there's a lot of things my brain already knows it can discard because it knows that they're just decorative. Good, because I mean, just look at these screens. It all looks cool. Don't get me wrong. That's probably the temptation to use it because you've made us. I think you've made a tile set and made all these effects, drawn them all yourself, and you're rightfully quite proud of them and how like nice and consistent it all looks now. But you've then gone overboard and just put them everywhere. And I'm just, you look at the screen, I'm just like, what? No. kind of cute that just dying and so on is inconsequential. Because we got to get some sound going on, right? I guess that opens that. So I like there's like a little thing that draws the path. Maybe you don't need to make it wiggle around so much. Maybe a bit. It could be it's a taste thing, but if it were me, and it is not, I would probably just make those paths a little bit straighter than they are. Like a little bump now and then is fine. Nice with the camera to show you that that's what the hell happened there. A lot of really good instincts in here in general. The game design is good. The level design is weaker, but like the progress with which you are learning things is I go about playing each iteration of this little character and its various different worlds is impressive. I really like the ladders thing. I'm just pulling you towards them like that. Cutscene here. Does that mean that that's where we go? Is it possible to get like in there? No. See, here, it's areas like here where I'm like looking at this, and because it's so much is used as decoration and stuff, I'm like, I'm thinking this wall in the background is just background, and I'm just jumping in here. I'm like, oh, why am I up here now? And it's because it's actually a level component, you know. Didn't need all of this stuff over here, really. I know I just wanted to be a dramatic scene where you fell through the middle. You didn't need all these saws on the roof either. But I mean, it's just. Oh God. Okay. What actually happens? Ow. just kind of. Okay. I kind of respect the desire to not actually punish you at all for failing, other than just the general knowledge that you failed. Like the failure is in and of itself like enough punishment. Oh no, can we even recover from this? Or are we just in an infinite loop of getting a bit murdered? I guess we're in a bit of a loop of getting murdered. What happens if we just keep going? No. I think this is where the boxes come to be smashed to bits. Even that might be a bit too much punishment. Fair. No, I respect it. No. Was this to say there was some? Oh, it was like you could do the dash thing into them as well. I remember it saying like jump on them or this. I can't remember what the or was. I love their faces. They look like such jerks. I love it. And they are jerks. And there's like 400 frames into animating them, which makes them consistent with the character. A lot of work for you, but they look good. See, who made this wiring? What, did you order like a... Did you order like a 10-foot wire from Amazon or something? And only like, oh crap, that's way too much wire? No. And like bend it in circles just to get it to fit in the gap? Order a shorter wire. There's another folly bit. A box is falling. Laying out a creepy robot shadow version of me who throws. Oh, that's cool! It's cool because they're the game element, so we know that they hurt us. Or I mean, it'll be obvious that something an enemy throws that hurts anyway for the most part. But like, we're already used to them. Our brain is already there. Ooh, weird glitchy effects on them. That's cool. Are we just avoiding these? So have you just discarded everything you had for Caelan's Adventure 2 and essentially built this from the ground up? Feels like it. No more like hub world and going to a thing and getting 100 coins or whatever. I mean, fair. For what it's worth, this is way better. I don't know what we do here. We're just avoiding him for a really long length of time. I remember a similar boss you had that would had like sand style lasers and stuff that you were like you just avoided for a while, but he had a health bar and that was confusing. And so maybe you've thought about that and be like, okay, well let's not have the health bar because like Shaun said that was confusing. But now I'm just like, well, what do I do? Because some of this is there we go. We hit the weird glitchy ones. Maybe that's fine. I don't know. Judge for yourself based on my reaction whether you think that works or not. I guess I want to try and be less. He actually does have a health bar in the top right that I've only just noticed now. I've seen the visual change applied to it, so maybe that health bar needs to be a bit more obvious. That there is something I can do, and I'm not just meant to wait this out. It looks like they're doing the glitch every time he's about to throw them is a bit of an issue, though. Like that looks a bit glitchy, and then he throws it and it's normal. So maybe it should only have that kind of look to it when he's throwing it, when he's actually throwing the one that you need to be ready for. Yeah, you definitely want something a bit more center screen. Oh, yeah, it's temporary, whatever, but so that it's clear that you have to do something, you know, you can't just keep waiting out or whatever. I already feel like there's a tension of trying to jump on him or whatever because he's got a spiky head, right? That's a good thing to put in the design to be like, you can't just jump on this guy. Took a long time. You don't even just hit them though, because like they don't. You have to like hit them sort of towards them, and then they kind of like lock on. I think maybe I'd make them a bit more guaranteed than they are. And they're pretty guaranteed when you hit them from the right angle. But oh god. Now, did you draw those explosions? You might have done. But I will note that they don't really match everything else, which is actually just like I know I've said a lot about like if you just draw everything, it'll all match. Explosions are actually pretty hard sometimes. I always really struggle to make an explosion look right, so I'll use a lot of references, and then it will end up with the style of whatever I've referenced, and not the style of however I would normally draw. Only thing you didn't draw with the explosions, yeah, that makes sense too. Um, that's good. That's really good. I like it a lot more as a linear thing. You saved yourself a ton of work on like look how much more like attention to detail you've gone in there as well with things like the ladders. You've got like 4 characters and a bunch of cool abilities. Because you can focus on that stuff and you're not really like spread super thin with it. Obviously, yeah, it's very noticeable. Like all the games today are missing sound for whatever reason. Sound is important, despite the fact that I almost never include it in my jam games and always leave it for the last moment because I'm not very good at it. But sound is important. Probably one of my, if not my weakest area. I think what you're supposed to do isn't actually too big of an issue in that game. But definitely the less busyness would help. Just in a general sense of clarity and understanding. Look, at the game is simple enough that it doesn't actually impact that much. As I say, it's all context sensitive. And in your game, with its target audience and so on, there's an argument to be made that just putting colorful, flashy stuff everywhere is actually advantageous. But I think overall, like for me at least, the quality of 31-year-old Shaun Spalding playing the game, he would like there to be less sword blades and stuff everywhere where it doesn't matter. Just try only and include level elements that matter, and then if you find things look a bit bare, you have to kind of make decorative elements that don't have any meaningful gameplay to them. I could try to bust out Poke as like an example. We just kind of want to move on. I don't want to spend too much time. Hopefully it's clear enough. What should I use instead of ceiling saws? I don't know. You've got those lights are kind of. Oh, actually, no. Those lights are actually a mechanic because of one of your characters. But you could have lights that are not like that. You could just have empty. I don't fear empty space that much. I would rather don't fear walled space that much. You can have walls and then vary the texture in the wall or something like that if there's spaces where there's just too much flat space. That's kind of what I do in Poke. Yeah, you have the dirt and then every now and again there's like little bones and stuff like lying around in the dirt, right? Little bits of decoration on the grass and stuff like that in just areas where it just feels a bit too like long and tiled and flat and bare and that kind of thing. But you can use anything that doesn't have a mechanic tied to it. You could have saws that are like background saws or whatever that don't do anything. But I mean, also think about it in a practical sense, like can help a little bit. Why would this weird industrial building have saws on the roof? Nah, it's not. That's not actually the best lens to look at it through, but it's a lens. Like you have a nice tile set, and I think it looks all right on its own. I don't think you need to throw loads of stuff at it all the time and be like, this corner feels better. Maybe get rid of the corner. You know, maybe bring the ceiling down a bit. Maybe just like close off the space where you don't need so much space. Narrow it down a little so that you have less. Hang on. We'll do a little bit of. I've got 7 games to play. We'll get this one down low. Hang on. Delete. Yes. Shifting dungeons. Bring this up. Download. Thing with the violent files. Download. Save. Okay. But let me just. You have a lot of like. This kind of thing. And like it'll be like this as well. Why? Like with the overall shape of your level, this isn't just the other three, and you'll have stuff that's like here and here and here that's totally out of the way and is not actually relevant to where you're going or what you're doing, right? So the sort of thing I would do instead of this, I would do, and again, you design your own taste and so on, or just do everything exactly as I prescribe it or whatever, right? You gotta work some of this stuff out yourself, but I would do something more like this. Some level elements can go like here, where you've got to actually deal with something or whatever, or maybe even here, so you've got to fall down and around something that's getting a bit hard now, but whatever. Like your ladder here, maybe a spike thing that like moves across back and forth on the bottom, that kind of thing, you know. Like there's a story there of like we are traveling downwards and avoiding hazards as we go past, right? Whereas here we're kind of exploring a surreal dreamscape of stuff that's everywhere and kind of like having to derive on it. But the tiles and stuff, it's honestly it's clear enough. It's not a huge problem. It just looks messy. Is like I think probably the worst issue of it in your case. But it can get to the point where you're actually trying to do more complicated things and stuff, where it becomes a huge clarity issue and a big problem of like what the player has to do. If you've actually got like a difficult jumping bit that has to do a specific thing, and there's loads of extra just spikes and stuff lying around, you're thinking, well, what at least this spike mean to help me get through this and so on. Like being able to break it down into the elements that matter is really important. If you think back to that very first game we played, was it Panic Room or whatever? Every spike in that game served a purpose, right? Every single spike was like a thing you had to avoid or get around or under or something like that, right? No spike in that game was just like decorative. I want to say the howling on them thing was cool. But for me, I would just introduce those abilities like later on, or just in a different way than just like you have 4 characters and 4 abilities, like right out the gate, you know. Like we don't just put unlocks in games as a thing to be like as like a sense of progress or anything, or like an illusion of growth over time. We do it for those reasons, but we don't just do it for those reasons. We do it to pace out mechanics. Yeah, you can introduce them like that and have them be a thing that you swap in and out of. They could be a whole part of the narrative, of rescuing your friends or something like that. It's tricky. I know a lot of games like there's been a few games that we've played on here that have had the whole like you control multiple characters and you can swap between them and they have different abilities, but it's so hard to tutorialize that right. I don't necessarily know how to do it. Maybe there's a whole other way to do it that I don't know about. You know, that maybe you'll discover it's the right way to tutorialize it. I can only tell you how to do stuff that has by definition either already been done or is just in my particular design brain. Well, maybe you should pick one from the start that you just kind of commit to, and maybe you can like select a different character from a menu or something. But being able to just so instantly do it, I know it's like it's more convenient, but the convenience is the problem. Makes you feel like those are irrelevant and like I want to pick the right one for the right situation. And again, it's hard. Some of this is coming just from the context of a much older person playing the game, but I don't know. These are all like it's hard to frame a lot of these criticisms. For the most part, as I say, game is solid and a huge step up from what you did before. The consistent aesthetics are really helping, and for me, the biggest problem is just there's a bit too much stuff everywhere for no reason. Like there's too much mechanical stuff, and it doesn't actually cause that much of a problem in your particular game, in your particular case, in particular what you're doing. But it's a general habit you want to get out of because it will become more and more of a problem later down the road you get. And it also just comes off messy, and it's just not honestly as good to look at as like a level that where everything is considered and you're being very clear with the player what you want from them, you know? Anyway, let's actually move on rather than me just finding different ways to reword what I'm saying. So it is now already 5 o'clock, and we've got too many games left to play. This is a puzzle platformer. Will take a long time to complete, so I can quit whenever. Thank you for that. ING Swan. Did not find save file. Save account 1. The start. Yeah. Alright, I was going to say. Credits. Loads of page. Alright, because you used a bunch of different assets. And yet, actually, made them all work together pretty well. I don't know if they're just all from the same person. Well, they all fit together kind of alright. It stands out that the player's a bit different, but... if you... But at least it stands them out on the screen, chapter 1. Oh god. whole grid of options. I1, I2, intersection 1. What? I'm just gonna go with the one it highlighted by default. Okay. What's this area for? So it stands out, you know? Is that some sort of secret here? Like, you'll have players just be like, what is this about? For like ages. Not just people like me. A lot will just ignore it and run right because they see it's blocked off, but like it looks like it stands out, you know, and it makes you think like, is there a secret here? Is there something? It's an interesting way to show the direction of travel. Like strange because it like makes me think, oh, is that the limit of their range of movement? Or it's actually just a direction. I suppose I sort of question the use of a rectangle for that reason, because it looks like it'll travel to the end and like finish there rather than like all the way there. You get it right away. Like it doesn't take long to suss that out. It's like a micro optimization, you know? Yeah, I guess it's like the trigger area, I guess is what it's trying to be. And because I was looking at that, we missed whatever that text was. And no, I can't even get it back by restarting. No. No. Have I just lost that forever? Is that buried in my save game? As like, we can't tell you what that text was now? Never do that! No! I'm guessing it was just telling me that I could do this. But if it told me anything more important, then oh no. Oh, R to restart, right, okay. Still, it's important, you know, like, don't let me just accidentally skip. Change character. What the heck is this? Playing Rob? Oh. Wait, what? Wasn't there other stuff in there? Oh, I don't know. Versions are optional. Wait, so this character can just die whenever he wants? Okay. Uh-oh. Kinda wish I pressed up or something to go into that door so I could, like, not accidentally do it. Oh, what did that say? God damn it. Why does it just come up for a few seconds and then just go? I might need more than that time. I might be streaming and trying to tell you my thoughts about things. This game to pause, right? What? Is there a special type of block that gets crushed by it? Or does it need certain amount of speed? I don't know. I don't get it. Oh, we have to die. Right. That's actually a critical part of it. Okay. Whatever happened to the dude we played as at the start? Is he just trapped in the dungeon forever? I like his little, like, the sounds and music and stuff are really nice. The text should just be like, I should have to press something at least to progress it, right? I guess we have to restart this one now. This is the level where I needed the press R to restart thing to come up. I get that and then, not as simple as... No, no. I want to be able to get off that door. Stupid door. Okay. Yeah, now I'm more used to it. I actually don't mind the rectangles. Kind of did need to be clear because it's like highlighting essentially the tile reach of its, yeah, its sight, if you would. Do I break the? No, those don't break. Okay. It shows like a cooldown on them as well. Interesting. I like the style of this a lot. The characters feel a little bit like, both of them feel a little bit different, but because they're at least consistently like that, sort of works out. I don't know. Getting to the end of this one was harder than getting the potion. Actually, no, this is fine. That reeks of like, there's a secret buried in the rocks to me. I'm sure it's not. But it doesn't stop me being disappointed. Right, so I guess, oh, we can't. We can't jump, we can only jump like one block height, right? Nice and controlled that though, like you have your, you know, your jump height. Puzzle is obviously controlled around it. Oh yeah, we just do it this way around. Feels like there's a few ways to solve a lot of these. I'm not sure if there actually is. Oh, I thought that would actually hit that. I usually hit the diagonals and stuff around it. Oh, now we're gonna do it all again. That feels like we do. Wait, why did that stop there? Oh, is it like just... Is it slightly off grid? I didn't think it could even do that. No, come back. Come back! A way to get up there with just this? Probably not, right? Oh, damn. Now means we have to open that stupid door again. Gotta be able to open it and get back up after dying. That's, an issue. Keep some of the things that are probably possible by, like, getting them to fit together like that, though. The accidentally triggering things by like running into them. Ah, like that! That's a pain. Sure. No, no! No! God damn it! How does it know which one to do when they're like overlapping too? It doesn't do them both. Or maybe it did and it was on cooldown. I don't know. I know how to get it up normally. I'm just like, ah. No, stop it! It's just annoying because you can only move it. To move it, you gotta get close enough to it. And then to get close enough to it, you gotta trigger it from a side you don't want to trigger it from. Okay. Oh, god damn it! Why do I keep running over that? No, 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 no. Okay. Christ. You know, I think I don't care because I don't want to. Because I have to die to open that block, and then it means I have to get back up. And I don't know how you get back up with just one thing. Probably a way. Alright, let's find out why just riding this one's a terrible idea. That's an issue. Very easy to soft lock. You get a lot of use of that R key. No, is it like a... I hope that's it, because then I can feel smart. Hey! Best level. This was the one I did best on. Alright. I like this. I think we'll leave it there. I don't want to feel like I'm being unfair to it, like on later few levels, but like, it's because I always take too much time on the early ones, and then we start running out of time. But this was really good. I was getting really frustrated, but I was mostly with myself, because it's mind-boggling, like, just trying to, get to the thing, and then around the thing, and yeah, what happened to that? I don't know. We never got there. It was too many levels, too long. But there was a mind-bogglingness to... Oh yeah, none of these levels even show that dude. I don't know how far we got, like... How far did we get? Hang on. Almost through chapter 1, and then to intersection 1, and key, I don't know what those are. And there's a chapter 2. Can I just go to here? Just as a glimpse of what else there is. Alright, that's cute. Yeah, it's cool. I like it. These mechanics are good. Like, yeah, there's a mind-bogglingness to like the whole like, don't run too far ahead of the thing, or you're gonna trigger some other random nonsense that you don't want to trigger, and it's very quick to trigger. So like, you can't approach things like, oh, okay, I want to make this thing go up, so I run up to it to make it move up, and then in the process of running up to it, I trigger it from the side instead. And like, ah. But it's all just part of solving it. It works. The art is really nice, the music's really nice and chill. Even the death sounds and stuff are proper crunchy and nice, and it actually like feels kind of cool. And stuff like that. Which is good, because dying is a thing you actually want to do, as the robot at least. And the mechanics are interesting, and keeps fresh, and there's some new stuff later in, it's good. Got much else to say, it's quite good. The menus, the level select thing's a little bit intimidating. It feels like it assumes you already know how the game works a little bit. Maybe just have it be new game, and maybe only unlock the level select when you've done a couple of levels or something like that. I try and avoid specific feedback, but I feel like I have to give it to give a context of what I mean. So that when giving the specific feedback, I'm not saying that you have to do this thing or whatever. I'm just providing it as an example so you can be like, oh, and that would be better because of that, and you get the criticism more. But yeah, generally it's just really good. Like, yeah, I figure it makes sense. Like, so then it goes to chapter 2 or whatever. It's good. Oh yeah, I was gonna say you build it all out of like asset pack as well, right? Well selected then. Like, how many of them are even by? They're all by different people as well, and you made them work. That's good. That's hard. Well done. Very good use of asset packs. A lot of the time when people throw asset packs together, they have a tendency to make the art end up being really inconsistent because it's all in a bunch of different styles. It's a really nice one. Well done. There's some little oddity. I don't know how intentionally were oddities where it's like moving off grid a little bit. I don't even know how that happened, but maybe it was by design. I don't know. I don't know if you just recolored some of these as well, or if these were all just included in the asset pack. Well, the colors are good. It's kind of the Pokepoke cave color scheme, like the dark blue and the orange, lighter orangey. Blue and orange. Winning combination forever. Alright, thank you for that one. Perishment from Ina. A short demo / proof of concept with a temporal ending. What is... What, like, related to time or something? What does it mean if the ending is temporal? Temporary? Maybe. I think I need to press a button on the form, be able to press a button on my overlay that just shifts FAQ to be like have a submission status, so it's like submissions are closed or open or whatever. Suppose I could manually do that at the start of the stream, but I already waffle on for ages and it takes so much time, so I had another thing for me to have to do. Where did that go? So many file explorer windows open. In square brackets, demo! These pixels are impressively in line. Which, there are... It's a little cheeky, because I saw this and just immediately... It jumped out at me that this was Mixled, right away. So I guess that in itself, that gut reaction is a sign of something being wrong. But then I was like looking and I don't know, all these actually line up, other than other than the cursor is a different size, which you can kind of get away with. But they only line up horizontally, which is a neat little trick you've done to try and convince you that it's at resolution, and then you see that they move vertically, like completely off pattern with it, and it's like that is what jumped out without being conscious of it. It jumped out at me right away, and I was just like, oh, this isn't right. And then obviously start and quit at different sizes as well, but they're like half. They're like double multipliers, so that's okay. 3 alpha 0.15. I'm not saying you did this, but sometimes I think developers, especially newer or more maybe intermediate developers more, tend to worry a bit too much. Spend more than exactly half a second thinking about what exactly the label version is for their game. I don't know if it just makes them feel more authentic or whatever, to be like, this is the pre-alpha, or this is the beta version 1.7.6. And I think we over version things a little bit. I think there's I have a lot of time and respect for people who are just like, this is the game, it's not finished. Like, I don't need to know its version 7.8. Yeah, I'm sure that's useful to you, but is it? I don't know. A placeholder. Right, you meant temporary. Okay. What time is it? About 5:30. God, it's 5:30. Only past midnight, of course. My throat's so dry I can't sleep. Better get a glass of water then. And clicky or E to interact. Okay, but clicky means we can hover over things. Oh, mouse and E. Well, if I can hover, why not just, if I'm using the mouse anyway, why not just click? I don't know, maybe there's a reason. It's a painting of abstract art. Okay. That's cute. Advised, A, you want an S there. You normally have a big musical coda or whatever you call that. Staff? Wow. Drink water. I think you could have done that without the text. Like, the sound effect. It's accessible, I guess. But I think you had the screen shake and the sound effect or whatever. I think that would have played quite well without. You know? But maybe I hard of hearing or whatever. I don't know. Better change my clothes first. There's a big screen in the hallway. But no, I better just put my pants on. Can't even see in this. Oh right. I just sort of assumed for the nature of level design, my clothes would be in whatever room we were going to, but I guess it makes sense to the back here or something, right? Oh. Saucy. No, that run. The key run. How do we get out of here? No. Oh, it's fine. Back to bed. GG. Was it right? The tree is pointing this way. No, because I want to be able to see when I come back. A gold coin. Maybe this explains what the screaming was about. That looks fine. Oh, someone left this light on. That was the issue. Back. Oh no. It's getting spooky. Yeah, 17 looks normal. We don't need to look at that. Well, there's nothing going on out here, so it's all fine, right? I guess we'll check on the most normal looking room, just in case. Oh, let's investigate. This seems safe. It's a fancy ceiling lamp. She's oh, dead body. But fancy ceiling lamp. Not a place and time for a shower. Uh-oh. I don't know. Did you have a choice? You haven't really explained to me. Did you have... I'll get you out. Oh. No. Bad door. Bad lights. Oh, that seems safe. Where are you gone? Whatever. We out. We outie. Wait, were we going... I can't remember. I want out of here, man. Let's go down. He's stuck and it's covered in blood and stuff. That's cool. Wow. That's frustrating. Hi, little mouse. You just showed me all these very normal, okay looking rooms. Okay, this corridor goes on for a while in the darkness. Probably don't want to... It's like no light or anything, I don't know. Well, can't see in here. best not to explore any further. Being here sounds terrible. Let's go anywhere else. Give me the option to go down then, though. See, why code like complex slopes and stuff into your game when you can just provide an option that says go up and go down and then just commit to showing the whole animation? Way easier. Oh, can't go up any higher. Wait, what floor were we on originally? I don't remember. Fifth floor gets an extra plant. I like that bookshelf, to be honest. Nothing in here. There's kind of a lot of doors and places I can go at some point now, but a little bit lost as to where it actually wanted me to go. Yeah, it feels like I need some sort of light device. Did we miss something along the way? I feel like I'm gonna walk down here at some point and it's gonna be like, you died! Especially when something like that happens. Let's keep... There's nothing to click on. Hi. I'll be leaving now. Don't mind me, that room seemed very normal. Flashlight on the door. Huh? What do you mean? I did think I noticed like there was a weird little mixel happening there. Wonder what that's about, and it didn't occur to me that maybe it was a clicky thing. Cool. That seemed okay. Just blood just flowing out of a room in an enormous quantity. Probably would have knocked me on my back. Cool. Why does the flashlight have a red mode? I don't... Yeah, so yeah, the flashlight's a bit hard to find, and also there were loads of rooms I could go into up until now. I guess it's like... It's not the worst pacing of it in the world, but you kind of got to make sure I do find that flashlight when I get there, you know? I'm gonna maybe draw attention, put it in one of the lit areas or something like that. I know you wanted to have that whole moment. Yeah, outline or something, like outline it even when you're not hovering over it or something, just something to be like, go, just nudge the player a little, just go over here, it's important. Little thing, you know? Because I could have just stumbled around and just not found that one. Like, I didn't know it existed, you know? It did seem to be implied that, like, oh yeah, it would make sense if there was a flashlight, because a lot of these areas I just can't go into because they're too dark. Empty apartment. Always spooky eye, no one likes you. No one likes a spooky eye. God, the flashlight doesn't run out. I'm just noticing the run is like tap rather than hold. I don't know which I prefer, honestly. Should be stated, this is very good. I've just sort of been playing it. I haven't really been giving any feedback or anything, but it was really cool. Like, other than like the flashbacks, the flashlight thing we just talked about. Like, yeah, it's really tense. The atmosphere is really good. The writing could use a bit of like editing from like native English speaker or a more confident native English speaker or whatever, right? The cutscene's dramatic. It's interesting. It's nicely paced. I kind of want to move on because we've got so many games to play, but at the same time, like, it's compelling and I want to play more of it. It's the problem. Like, I don't want to move on all the time. I just want to see what's going the heck on, right? Rat friend? Where are we going, rat friend? We go in the spooky room. Oh god, I kind of like that. I want the flashlight to just be a bit more powerful than it is. Like, oh, was this pistol ammo in the toilet? Oh, I thought that was a body at first. I was like, there's a head and like an arm around the head. No, it's obviously just a toilet. It was just like a person's head, like this is their face. Like I thought it was a person. It's just a toilet. Oh no, what have I done? Oh, I've lost the full screen. You know what? Yeah, I think I'm gonna use that as a time to call it. I know we haven't really revealed any of what's going on, but honestly, those games are best at the point where you've no idea what the heck is going on. So, no, it's really good. The controls are a little fiddly, but they're all right. The art style's really consistent. It's really nice. Like, I want there to be more light just because I'm spooked out by how dark it is, not because I actually think the game needs more light. It's a good thing. The flashlight thing is a bit of an issue, but it's like I think it's easily enough resolved. You just got to draw attention to it. You do run the risk of the player just sort of wandering around, and be like, where do I go? And there's a lot of doors, and you're like, oh, have I missed any doors? And your head starts to explode with all the possibilities a little bit. But it's not too bad, and as long as you just sort of nudge the player to the whole flashlight, or maybe give it them a little earlier or something like that. I don't know. I think you're good. I just hadn't find any use for any of the other items yet either. And we didn't get super far, and I would love to get further, but hey, I don't want to spoil it. Everyone else, you all go play it or whatever, right? Perishment. Oh, I don't know. Maybe you can't. It's not out yet. I got a Dropbox link, but it'll be out at some point. Perishment. Look for it. Looks good. Yeah, just generally well put together. No real criticism. That's good. Pixel art done well and consistently can be really good for horror games. I don't know, there's something about low detail Like, because low fidelity has that book effect, you know, of like you have to fill in the gaps of detail yourself, right? And if you're consistent with it, it can work super well. Spooky games. Orby returns. nerfZinger, Orby 2. I don't think I played Orby 1, but Metroidvania. Venia, puzzle platformer. Alrighty. 102 megaminutes. How many we got left? 4. Okay. I didn't say we were going to play one, I'm just saying we haven't, I don't think. Like, what's his name? Yahtzee, Ben Croshaw, guy who does the Escapist funny Stickman videos. He has some games lately. He made like, I can't remember what they're called things like 7 Days a Stranger or something like that. I think that might be the one I played, where you're like trapped in a house and you like with a bunch of people and you can't get out. There's a thing that like stalks you around the house, and it's really good because it's like a pixel art like adventure game and also horror, and just the graphics really work with it. It was the first game that showed it like to me that like you can have really basic retro graphics for a horror game and have them actually deliver super well on being spooky. I don't know, Ego Raptor makes the argument that like Castlevania 1 like did a good job of being spooky with its gameplay. I don't think it did. Yeah, it got themes across well, but I don't argue that Castlevania 1 is in any way scary. Very good game, very well designed. Scary is not the word. Set save file name. It's quite an option now. Someone got excited adding options. Speedrun mode. Not too excited though. Pixels! You know what I'm gonna say. You know what I'm gonna say. I don't know, can we even do that here? Pixel! Consistency! Sharp, flat lines. Okay, cool. Is that the style? No. Pixel art. Okay, is that the style? No. Bigger pixel art. Oh, hello. It's a thing. Follows me. Deploy. Okay. Hi there. Move with Owst. Oh, that's cute. Create load. How? Do I right click or something? No, right click makes a little dot. Whatever. Maybe it'll tell me. Can't get over there. Do I click again? What do I... Oh, we got over. Oh, wait. No. Not just there. That's up to you to answer. No, say no. Collected power cubes will be stored in your personal mobile house. Because you've got to be aware of, like, if you tell me something. That I did not learn it without your help. which is significant. Okay, so I've got some little black dots on my thing now. I'm sure I have finished. There's more little dudes like me. I land on a pile of other dudes. That's some other dude. I like this. The storytelling here is cool. Trying to press right click. Now scroll with your... Oh. Okay, so that one just works as a thing you click and place. Shadows? It's like it's almost consistent style. Like if this were higher res and then like these were actually sharp lines, maybe we didn't have like maybe it wasn't like a pixel thing in the middle, but just like a sharp square, and then these were just like sharp triangles rather than pixel art. What is that? Probably shouldn't be experimenting with a thing it hasn't really told me how to use yet, but why do I have that? Oh, I don't know. It's a similar style, Joel, but I don't think it's strictly... Why did that become lit up and now it's... I don't know. I thought you were gonna say something like... I was like, he's gonna tell me it's like some deep story thing, and... Be careful, because it's... It's got a few too many things, like it's got a little menu and stuff, rather than just being a little thing I clicked. Like, I liked that you did a thing and the thing said, what's that? I was confused by it. That kind of helps you with it, like, understand that that's what you're doing something that you're not meant to really understand yet or whatever. But maybe I should have got the purple one. Oh, I don't know, there might be a reason to buy ones first, but like, just be careful. No, I don't want to tell you how to do it, but just... Wait, what did that say? You can change color. Oh no. Was that explaining it all to me? You can also... Alright, but we don't really know what any of this is yet. Because it's got a menu and everything, and... Let's just carry on. All these, like... I get the feeling these can be, like, destroyed or something. I don't know. Ow. Oh. What would have been cute? I don't know, this probably doesn't play that hard into the story or whatever it is. If that, after I died, there was permanence and that's still there. No plat... What was that? Out of uses. Oh, it's because I tried to do it again. Why did that one go longer? You can put them in specific places and have them do like... Huh. Oh, and you have to like hit the floor again to recharge them? So you can't just use it to... yeah. I touched the floor though, how did that... I'm not gonna come back. Ah! Damn it. Is that every time? It said like no platform or something like that. Maybe it's random. Ooh, purple transition. The transition is the color of whatever the thing is. No? Okay. Now we have two of them. Makes a little black thing. Now we're out of whatever the black thing does. Oh, does that create a checkpoint? And I can load wherever that... I see. Well, this... I don't know. Alright, we can see another one like trying to do the thing. What might have really helped here is some sort of recording. Like, I don't know, this might have helped. A thing I note, not out of a specific criticism or feedback, just because I think it's interesting and I've done something like this, is like where I made like the ghosts in Pokepo. What I did for that is I did like a ghost recording thing where I essentially had a button I could press, like debug dev thing, so it would record all my actions or whatever, just as like positions every frame or whatever, just where, not my actions, but just sort of the position of the player and the angle they were facing the spear and that kind of thing every single frame. Saved it as like a JSON, and then I could like, I had objects that could play them back, like the room positions and stuff like that, which meant I could create things that looked exactly like how a player actually plays. The slight issue with this is that it's moving in a very like deliberate, obviously coded way. Which in a way is nice because it's like so slow and deliberate and shows you what they're like trying to do. Uh-oh. As I can like go up with them. I think you can jump higher than I can. Ah. Just about. Well, that's not helpful. Wait, isn't that one of the things we have to pick up? I don't know. God damn it. Wait, is this the start? Not a bug. I mean, I was starting to get that impression eventually, but it certainly does feel like one. It just creates that wherever you are, though, doesn't it? Oh yeah, we're just... Ugh. Starting to get lost in the level design here. what made those go? I don't know. I thought we collected this thing. These are back. Does it remove them in multiple rooms, or is it just this room? And I now like... I don't know. Ah. I'm doing alright, Dog Rider 0318. Doing okay. Oh? Ah, that kind of implied there was going to be something up there then, the way that camera was going. I was like, ooh, what am I about to discover in this room? And then nothing. No, I thought maybe that had... Oh, never mind. Does, I'm not sure if they're from anything per se. I don't know. I see, and he's sort of teaching you it's like trying to teach you a bit what the black thing does, I guess. But like, you already sort of die and come back in rooms, right? Is that a big... I don't know. It's an attempt. Yeah, I'm not sure how well all that... Oh, okay. Invisible platforms exist. Energy deposit. Wait, is that... Deposit energy. We deposit it by dying or something? I don't know. Anyway, we'll leave this one here, I think. It's cool. You've got a lot of cool ideas. I don't... Be careful. You know, be careful not to let the cool story idea completely erase the fundamentals of game design and letting you know what's going on and shit, you know? Don't try and over from soft it, you know? Like... There are some very cool ideas. Sure, yeah, spit out a bit of how the story again. Yeah, sure. I like that you don't really know a whole lot about it, and you kind of just like throwing ideas together about it as you go along, and it's not like trying to get really too hard in your way because you're just sort of doing stuff. So yeah, you're figuring it out as you go, but nothing in the game feels like, oh, it is a big secret thing, you know? It's just sort of there, and you can take it in or not take it in, right? No gameplay was compromised. Don't know that that's the best way to do it. But if it worked for you, it worked, I guess, but... I mean, you say that, but... I don't know. It feels like you intrinsically compromise something about like the whole blank thing that's going on because you don't tell anyone how it works or what it does. I kind of like there's a little implication of it in the game and so on, with the little dude trying to do a thing with a restart, but that's not like 100% of like how you would use it, and it's got a little menu on it and stuff, and so it's just a bit too much of a thing to have that kind of thing. And it's tricky. I don't want to tell you how to do it or whatever, as if I know all the answers, because I don't. But yeah, it's just be careful. Like, I don't want to ward you away from doing things that are interesting, and that excite you and are probably like what makes you enthusiastic about making the game. Just don't. You can sometimes let those things make you feel justified in throwing away chunks of game design that you need. Or aspects of game design thing. Oh no, it doesn't matter that it doesn't tell you this thing because it's important to the, you know, like, just test a lot and be careful. But it's cool. Like, the art is very inconsistent. I think you could have gone for just a really high res. Like, it's torn between being this like smooth, like look at this as like a shot, right? Like this. All right. It's torn between this being its aesthetic and like this being its aesthetic, right? Even that's not like, that's still a blend of the two. And then there's fonts and stuff like that as well. If it were me, I'd go all high res for this sort of thing. I think that would work. You know, like a Thomas Was Alone style, right? Just for everyone who doesn't know, that kind of style and look. Right. This is the sort of aesthetic I would like for this sort of thing. Goes well with the simpler shapes, I think. Pixel art lets it down. Like, I like the animations and the squashing and squishing stuff and stuff like that as well. And like, I think it would, you know, I think it would work really well if it wasn't pixely. Roll back Neko. Whatever. I don't want to know. Thank you for that. It's cool. 3 to go, and it's only 6 o'clock. I shouldn't have accepted an 11th, should I? The penalty for being late is I'm probably going to be quite quick with these games, which I hate doing, because I want to give everything its due time. I should really. I think next time what I'm going to do is I'm going to experiment setting a timer. Setting a timer for the game, and then like a timer for, I don't know, thoughts or whatever, which will drive me insane, but it's worth trying. Long after human existence on planet Earth, a bodiless species. What's an anemoia? Nostalgia for a time. Oh, it's a made up word. I mean, I know all words are made up, but like. So I know people rate this the Dictionary of Obscure Sorrows thing, as if it's like these are. Oh, did you know that there's a word for that? No, it's just like an artist just came up with, literally invented a word and said that it's that. Like that's. I mean, I know that's sort of how we do all words, but like they're not actually. They're not words in the dictionary, you know. They are just stuff that's a bit made up. It's not real. So no one's gonna know what that is when they see that, unless they happen to have read that thing. Anyway, can I full screen? I didn't press K. I pressed Alt Enter, hoping it would full screen, and it did not. All right, am I just gonna have to? There we go. I'm trying to zoom in. Who made this one? Silver Hills. Anyway, long after human existence on planet Earth, a bodiless species develops a nostalgia, or rather, nostalgia but not, for the human body and nature on Earth. I'll press K to progress the text, but not the... Alright. But down progress the... I just wanted to... Why is this here? There's a menu. I can't even breathe. As LC? A left control? Is that? Maybe LC to scan right? Why do you want me to use both control? Look around, don't aim for everything right. Oh, alright. Left control, right control don't actually do anything. I don't remember what they were supposed to do. Alright, left and right work with A and D, and left and right work with arrow keys. Up does nothing, but W jumps. Right, oh, right click. Oh god, okay. That makes more sense than control, though. What? Get the string of the sunflower from the provider. String what? Sunflower what? Provider what? And then come back. Scan the provider quite a few times, but do not overdo. It will start to scan? What is this scanning? Oh, and I have no crosshair. And I can click out of the window. This reminds me of like Pokey Poke, like 2 hours into the jam or something. Like, oh god. What is happening? What is all the TGGC at the bottom? I don't understand. You have to go left, okay. I have to go left. We go left. To the beginning. Why when I press E does it say just wherever I am, I just get some numbers? Oh, that's a debug thing. I'll just pretend that doesn't exist. Scan the flying thing. What? Which flying thing? Oh my god, I can't see where I'm clicking. Oh, I guess I've got to look at the character. Look at the character and where it's facing. Provider. Oh, that's the thing. That's a word. We've seen that word before. Meaning. Come to me, meaning. What? Oh, but we don't scan it too much, otherwise something bad. Right? Oh, I need to stop pressing E, it's going to upset me. Is that what these are? GTCL, but I've got some. How do I get them in the right order? Oh my god! Shaun, if you press E one more time. A bit more. Christ, okay. Be careful. Okay, right. You said to scan him on. Oh, now is good. Go back. Oh, great. I did? I don't understand. The NT? What are the NT? I don't know what anything is. Nothing is clear. What's happening? It's a talking shell. And it tells me it's a scanner provider for a string to make a DNA. Scanning it with like a trident that makes a piece of text appear that doesn't match the piece of text underneath, but then he says, great, you got the string. No. No. No, too much. Too much. Okay, there's no point, because any further we get, any other criticism I give doesn't matter. Okay? Is irrelevant. The game could explode in something incredible after this point. It doesn't matter. Because this onboard makes no sense. I have no idea what's going on. No idea. Like, let's go through this onboard stuff right from the beginning. Hang on. This isn't just like to slam you for this or anything either. Like, I want to go through this and just in detail, like why this is. Okay, so here on the screen here, we just got a lore dump, right? The problem with lore dumps is that I don't have a reason to care yet. Okay, I don't know. I mean, I know you're trying to set a stage. Human existence is gone, or whatever. But there's too much. I don't have a reason to care. Like, the simplest way, I know this doesn't really apply in this game because it's weird, but like, the simplest thing is like, have a likable character who has a goal. Alright? And then like, I care about seeing them succeed at that goal because I like this character. Alright, that's the simplest, like, first off the top of my head way to get someone to care, and then you can start introducing lore and information that is relevant to those things that I care about, and I care, and I'm interested, right? But right off the bat, what does any of this mean? And also, it's like press K, but also other buttons work. Like, it's unclear what's doing what and how to progress this text and so on at the same time there is a menu on the screen. Okay, separate these things out. If you have to do this lore at the start and it's important, let me select new game and then show this stuff. I don't know what this whole the green thing at the bottom is here related to this, and like nothing else on the screen. It's the DNA string or whatever. I don't know. And then I'm just dropped in. No controls, no nothing. And he said something somewhere with the controls, because it said like LC and oh no, we didn't get it this time. But there was a whole thing that just said, yeah, LC isn't clear because that could mean left control or left click. You don't just want to show all those things to me at once. I need to know, I'm in a world, I need to know how to move around in this world or whatever, and yeah, sure, just be like WSAD or whatever, right? You don't even need to tell me both, and even though both don't really work, because up doesn't jump on one and W does jump on the other, right? I don't know what any of these things are or what a provider, like, there's just a bunch of stuff. The stuff, I don't know how have names for any of these things. And this guy just says, like, I don't know what a string is, I don't know what a sunflower is, I don't know what a provider is, I don't know what any of these things are. The graphics aren't even, like, the graphics aren't a big deal, really. Like, honestly, it's kind of consistent. Like, I know it's all messy and everything's like artifact and stuff, but it's all like that, at least. The graphics are actually fine. Like, I don't mind the graphics. But I have no idea what's going on. Why can I even, like, I was supposed to do all that stuff with that guy at the start, but I can come all the way over here and talk to this. I miss the smell of the what? I don't know, because it's white on white text. I think it says sunflower. Anyway, the white on white, that's a whole different thing. I don't want to, because I don't really know what you're trying to do with the game and what your goals for it are, so I don't want to tell you, like, here's what you do, strip all this back and blah, 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 blah. But you need to pace things and introduce things one at a time with clear context, you know? Ecology jam? What does that mean? The initial idea of the game is to challenge one's perception. Right, so I get why the lore is weird, but that doesn't explain why it doesn't tell me anything. And you know, a basic goal. Like, think about other games that, like, throw you for a loop and don't really tell you anything about what's going on, right? You got, like, Dark Souls, well, you know, the Soulsborne games in general, right? Dark Souls or Bloodborne or whatever. You dropped into a world given the smallest, like, drop of context for what the heck is going on, but you are given a goal, right? In Bloodborne, the dude literally says, just go out and kill a few beasts. It's what hunters do. And then you get given the controls for how to play the game and fight things. And, like, you get shown how to do that basic thing. But you don't need to know what's going on, but you start to pick it, you can put it together because it's around you and it doesn't get in the way. You think about the game we just played before this, right? The other guy had, like, a little Metroidvania thing with things going on. There was some stuff going on. It was kind of being told a little bit through the environment and so on. But we didn't need to know any of it. We just needed to know what we were doing off like, out the gate. We needed to know what we were pressing, how we were interacting with the game for the game to interact with us, and so on, okay? The mechanics needed to be clear. And then the other stuff can drip and feed and weave its way around and in and around and so on. It's not about, like, putting your mechanics first or anything like that. It's about making it clear how the player is engaging with your thing, you know? Games aren't like books. You don't have to tell a person reading a book how to turn the page. You do kind of have to tell a player playing a game how to turn the page, effectively, right? And you know what's going on, like, and you know how to engage, how to proceed. I don't want to. I'm telling you this in very vague terms rather than being very specific in terms. I could say, for example, I suppose I could say, get rid of all of these things that are flying around at the start here. You're dropped in and you're just this dude and you're walking along here. Maybe there's some sort of signpost or some character or something that tells you, like, did you know you can scan things by clicking? Aim with the mouse and click towards the thing, and you'll shoot the scanny thing. And here's what will happen when you scan it. Like, I still don't really know. I don't really know what I'm doing when I scan a thing. It turns it into a big ball of something? I don't know. It turns into, like, a letter? But that's what it tells you, and then I move on, and maybe I scan a couple things. Like, okay, cool. And the guy over here is like, oh, we need to get this thing from this guy. Can you go and get it for us? Now you know how to scan? Go up here and scan this thing. And maybe it's all really confusing or whatever. So maybe you acknowledge that. You have a character say, you're probably really confused right now, but don't worry about it. Just go and scan this thing. And then maybe I can put it to one side. Like, oh, okay. You know, you got to have that dialogue with the player and, like, let them... Like, if you're gonna do something weird and confusing or whatever, you gotta hold the player's hand a little bit and say, like, I know this is weird, but it's okay. or something. Yeah, it's hard. Oh. Basically, I think you're probably have just thrown yourself a little bit out of your depth with what you've tried to do. You know, I don't want to come across like I'm trying to be mean about the game, like, oh, this is really bad, and I'm refusing to play it. Like, but the reason I stopped is just because there's no point me going on further, and like, because like this problem is so compounding that it's gonna be the biggest issue no matter what other issues exist in the game. Nothing else matters other than that, right? Anyway. Shit, I don't want to tell you, like, don't do this until you've learned how to do regular game design or whatever, you know? Like, keep trying to do your weird stuff, but, like, you just gotta know it's hard. And you gotta know that you really do have to. You can't just throw it all to the wind and be like, I'm being artistic or whatever. You gotta make that reach and grab the player by the hand and be like, I'm here for you, buddy. I'm gonna get you through this. Look to other games that are weird and so on, and pay attention to the ways that they are not weird. That's the key advice I would give. You know, I mentioned Dark Souls because I'm struggling to think of another example off the top of my head, but it is a good example, you know, of just like it throws you in the deep end, no idea what's going on, but at the same time you kind of do. You know what you're doing with the controller and what you're making a man go to another place and try and get to a place you've not been before. You have a goal, you know, and then things can filter in around that. Thank you, Born and Still, for the Prime sub. Yeah, that's the best advice I could give. Find other games that are weird, artsy games, and look at the ways in which they are not artsy and weird. Look at what they have not thrown out of the game design book or whatever, you know? Look at what they still do, because that stuff is very necessary. Alright. Thank you, nonetheless, Silver Hills, for that. It's cool, an interesting one to talk about. It is interesting. I'm legitimately glad to have we, like, I know I'm like, but like it's good to be able to talk about these things and highlight and try and get our heads through how people make these mistakes and how to avoid making them. Anyway, Glitcheon from RiverForgeGames. Metroidvanias, man. On this day. It's the day of the 10 million Metroidvania platform. An error box that we. Oh god. It's. Yeah, it's Metroidvania game day and another type of game day as well. There's a theme today. I'll say that much. Demo version .00.02.00.windows.zip 141 megabits. Who is this by? Jonas High Roller Jam? A lot of them said they were for jams, but I don't know, people have been from all kinds of different things. Self-aware forum account trying to escape a stranger. Okay. That's a narrative. An Unity game. Ooh. Normal, hard, or extreme? There's really like cool buttons, although it's very. Well, it seems it's all kind of placeholder, but let's look around. I was not expected to read that. An interesting, like, layout. Creative. I assume something's gonna go here eventually. How do I delete? Okay, you just kind of click off to get back to this. Not new simulation. Recommend restart. Okay, one sec. Okay. So, okay, we just ran into some sort of issue there. No worries.
It all started with a dream.
Voice acting.
Vision to unite and connect everyone around the globe in one place. The forum. Because of our cutting-edge technology, you too can be a part of this ambitious project.
Deep fried meme.
With only a few simple clicks.
Bad boy Waldo. Man, Glitcheon's a boring name next to the other guys. Reminds me of something. Oh. Gosh. Fancy aesthetic. It's a little bit jarring, some of the bits that are like very 2D against like the 3D effect. Like the platform feels weird against this like parallax 3D. Guessing this ends badly. Yeah. Gronka? Squid? Screen's a bit nauseous. Ooh. Okay, that did something bad. Whoa, I feel about that effect. Well. Is that a holy jump arc? Yeah. Nice arc. I like these. It's got some good feel to it, like the boom. A little smoke and stuff is good as well. Gonna sneeze. Told ya. Yeah. I've got the big green, big light of the rectangle of late afternoon behind me. Camp storage unit. That's, yeah, it makes sense as to where it came from. Ads and analytics center. Oh, can't go there. Or I want to. Oh, look at these faces.
Is this on? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry about that entrance. We're running out of time with this little experiment, and I had to improvise. Well, we're starting to get forked. Look, this is usually the part where I explain what's going on, and you're all like, what is life? Who am I? What is this place? And we talk and la-di-da, but we really gotta get going. So watch out for those pink things while I figure out what went wrong there. And let's just keep it moving. Just feel free to move and start making some progress whenever you're sensing the urgency.
See, that's cool. That's a good example right there, right? I mean, it's a bit long maybe, but I don't know, maybe it's just because like it's responding to you just sitting around here a little bit. But like, notice how that is just like, we understand that you don't know what's going on just yet. But don't worry about that for now. Here's your goal. You know? Just welcoming you in. It's a good example. It's weird. Oh, it's because that's actually a ceiling? It's a little... Yeah, I think there's the aesthetics of the level blocks and so on, just like... Every piece of art looks nice, but I'm not sure it all gels together right. And there's some weird little bits like... You see how like this is just like clipped over this? Like this round corner here is like round smooth, and you've got like sharp edges and so on, and just little bits of like... Just, there's a lot of seams. That makes sense. And it's... you notice that a lot with like really higher fidelity stuff and some scaling issues as well. This is like HD pixels, right? You see how blurry this is compared to like how like sharp, you know, you got sharp textures and then blurry textures. Like pixels are not just for pixel artists. Gotta keep your resolutions consistent, the scaling consistent, or things just start to break the illusion apart. I like this screen looks nice. Guess we can't get up to wherever that bandwidth control site is or whatever. And I was told to just beware of the pink thingies. So yeah, just oh god. I get the impression that there's some sort of experiment going on, everything's just a bit broken, but for now don't worry about it, just keep moving along. So I can move along, play the game, have a grand old time.
We know the forum is already a part of your lives and homes, but what if your home could be a part of the forum? Introducing Neolite City. Using neural networks, we are designing the city of the future, where our services will no longer just be at your fingertips, they'll be all around you.
I feel like this, I felt like it needed some sort of like visuals to be going on. I don't know, some sort of like hollow thing of whatever future it was envisioning.
Things are getting weird out here. We've got this new IT group in suits for security, and their presence is really hampering my time. Okay, so looking over the logs, there's some sort of antivirus agents that are new. I think you may have been detected. Have you seen anything hostile or spoopy? You're not gonna last long like this, and I don't have time to start over again. I need you to make it this time, okay?
Oh.
I shouldn't be doing this, but what the heck? Just press.
They're Unity errors as well, which is interesting. So I thought this was more like based around a forum software, but maybe it's to do with the game. I don't know.
Oh, and you'll want to jump first.
Yeah, these text things go on a bit too much.
You'll get it.
But the content and the idea behind the writing is generally good. And some people won't mind that. What does it even say? Game has encountered an error and just right. I like how a mouse comes to click on them as well. Who is that? Who's clicking on? What's this? Wait, have we just ended up back where we were? Oh, and you can only do one before. Wait, where are we going then? Oh, we can probably go back to that. Probably can go back. Oh no, this isn't back. This is somewhere else. Is it? I don't know. Not sure. Nah. Yeah. What's that an image of? Not sure. I like that it's just pressing down as well. It's a nice accessible button for doing this. It's satisfying, fun. It's good little mechanic. Snoops.
Are you tired of inconsistent access to your favorite content? Gone are the days of slow internet connections for
The effects and stuff on the voices are good as well.
Know and love the forum. Many internet service providers have stepped down and we're ready to fill in their shoes. Some non-essential online activities may be slower, but the forum will be faster than ever. And that's not the only thing that's fast. Trending now, the device that has the world spinning.
Fidget spinner.
Okay. Oh yeah, I see it in the background. What am I doing there?
Sorry, I know you're probably super interested in all this cool stuff we're doing at the forum, but I've got to cut in here. Deadline and all. So, I've got something new for you to try to get around these virus killer things. I mean, not that you're a virus, just, you know. If you want to try giving them a little push in the right direction, just try pressing, tapping, or thinking J or V or the shoulder buttons or whatever. Oh, and make sure your back is up against a wall. Or like, not up against one of those pink glitchy things at least.
Okay. So what do I own? Not sure. Felt like it's better to just not do anything there. Just not really sure how we were expected to use that ability, or if we even need to. Is it just a way to shoot
I
them?
must have added an extra zero somewhere. That was a little more oomph than I was expecting. But hey,
Yeah.
I think this could work if it doesn't completely destroy the simulation.
Yeah, the introduction of this is a bit weird because I'm not really sure I'm getting what it's for. Like, it moves me so much that I don't really want to use it as a weapon. Like, I don't really... It's not that big of a deal to just take a hit. Oh, I've got lives, haven't I? And that's not bad. Right. Oh, it's hard to not fall off there. Like, I can't put my back to a wall, right? Right, yeah. I think maybe we wanted a clear-cut usage of it that you like had to use to get across a gap or do something with somewhere you had to use it so it was a bit clearer. And sometimes it sends me super flying and sometimes it doesn't do much at all, it feels like. So it's just like if I kill a thing it's way more? I don't know. More powerful and moving faster, right. How was I... I think maybe be a little careful with overdoing the whole glitchy mechanic aesthetics on things sometimes because it can make the level unclear and like some of those platforms were lit up and I was like, does that do something? No, it's just the way it looks because of that. So like, do I have to do these? No? Oh, but not yet. Hit thing. I think I'm gonna leave this one here. That's a tricky bit of level design. But yeah, I don't know, I was just sort of throwing myself at it there. I really like the pseudo double jump thing with the platform making. That's cool. Yeah, the whole blasty flying mechanic is a little tricky. And yeah, just be careful with going overboard on the glitchy stuff because it all looks good and everything, but it can get a bit messy and a bit hard to pass level, like important level stuff. But it's good. I like it. I like it a lot. I like the sort of squashing and stretching you've done on the error boxes and stuff as well. It just adds just a bit of flourish to them. Oh, it's really good, yeah. Like I say, I like the direction of the text. I feel like some of it does go on a little bit with nothing else going on. Like, I don't know, maybe you add some visual stuff or anything or maybe just trim it down a little. But on the whole, it's really good. Yeah, I'm not sure about the blasty thing. I think maybe it might just be the way it's introduced. It might just be the level design surrounding it. It just felt a little bit hard to get my head around, and also just use. It didn't feel great to use. Last but not least, Tengoku Senso from SencilSketches. This game uses a lot of buttons, don't they all today, man? So using a gamepad will streamline my experience as opposed to learning on keyboard. Cutscenes and dialogue are entirely flavor text. Skipping them won't affect your learning experience of the gameplay elements. Title screen may induce skepticism if you wanted to. That's quite a line. If you want a teaser video, it's finished downloading now, but screw it, let's watch the teaser video. It's the last one. Almost 7 o'clock, my Christ, I've streamed way too long today. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot going on, right? Stop it! He's already dead! Look at that ponytail! I'm class switching. I was just a bunch of parrying and then the word switch came up. Oh, this is gonna be too much, isn't it? This is gonna be too much for the last game of the day. Looks cool though. That's a good one. Got old Lemmy stories and. Alright, controller, right? Go on then. Oh, my arcade stick's plugged in. Whose game was this? SencilSketches. Who may have abandoned us in chat through having taken 10 games to get to that game. Press enter. Alright, do I maybe need to open this in again with... Wait, where did it go? T. Lost it. Tango. There we go. Avant-Garde Interactive presents Splash that cannot be skipped with any of the pad buttons. Press enter. But I want to use... Don't use the pad button. Oh, now it's telling me keyboard controls. I have a... Although it's on number 2 for some reason. It shouldn't be. Stick's not plugged in anymore. Why are you coming in as number 2? Oh, I guess we're playing on keyboard. And only W and S control the menu? Ah. Whatever. Controls. Too many. Why is it enter and WSAD for the menu, man? No, I suppose we're going to set that to... I guess we're just going to have to use the keyboard. Hyper style mode. And only take damage at S-star rank. Interesting. Okay. Playing with both keyboard and gamepad. So as we can give it one chance to. If I press a button here, we're at work. No. Oh well. Hey, Magic Lady. You know what I'm going to say about those text boxes? They're very Final Fantasy VIII. But that isn't what I was going to say about them. Say they don't feel like they gel particularly well with the art style. Thanks, Grandma. Hundredths? I don't think that's how that number works. Okay, left and right just moves. Okay. It's quite the walking animation. What do I do here? What do I do? I feel this person is not still in the chat and cannot help us. Yatagarasu card. Oh my god, it is. There's FF8. FF8 is in here. I can feel it. What do I can't even get back now. K? Okay. Oh, I've got to come all the way. No, don't return to me. How do I... Zoom? Okay. Okay. So... I had tutorials on. Where's the whole... Tell me what the jump button is? It's K. It's like... Dead, like... Was I meant to guess K? No fiddle sticks. I'm doing alright. This is the last game of the day. God of Storm, Lord Susanoo, Hero and Slayer, the Town Orochi. I like the art. I don't think the text box style goes well with it, but I think mostly just because of how like look at those like really thin sharp lines on the edges of them. I think if they were just like more in line with like the style of the game. I don't know what any of it is saying though. Thou shouldst be. Ugh, God. Oh God. Was jumping around on some rocks and then fell and became very injured. I'm sort of holding the thanks, eh? Don't think that needed to come on quite as slow as that. It's that hairstyle. Is there a button to progress? I don't want to skip it, I just want to progress the... Is it control? No. Oh no. Beats up some dudes. That's good. No idea what's going on, but it's pretty. I feel like we need the person in the chat, though. I feel like the developer needs to be here to help me understand what the correct. Okay, melee attack. Okay, so that's. It's a little disappointing. Like, eh. That's a way bigger hitbox. But it's like all the hit sparks are conveying the strength of the attack, and it is not conveyed at all through the action she is taking. Like, you know? I want to play as the guy with the watermelon head. He looks cool. Oh, I just pressed space and changed hair color. Oh, and yeah, K is jump, which I don't know, it seems we know, or whatever. You have a dive kick, of course. Oh wow, you hold that down, it goes super high. I've just been tapping it this whole time like a jump. You can just hold it. It's very floaty. To lock onto an enemy. Press I to... Oh, then while walking towards it. So it's, yeah, forward, I, forward, control, and I. Delightful. This is a little bit too much all at once for me, I think. We switch battle class. What do they do? Respective class. Alright, it's got like a dash. This is the same problem as the Caelan's Adventure one. There's like 4 different important mechanics that we have available right from the start. You don't need to give me everything. Sometimes that can work, but you gotta be really careful with it. And I know you don't want to tutorialize it when you give them it all right away. Because it's too much and you're communicating to the player that they need to know all these things right now, and probably don't. And currently I can just kind of keep wanting space to be jump, but it's not, it's K. And at least we originally wanted to play it on controller, but we can get that to work. Oh, there's like a double jump, or is that jumping on his head or something? Oh yeah, we can like jump on his head. Some of these aren't, like the dive kick's really cool. Like I want to do it instead of this because the basic attacks look so rubbish. The hit sparks are really cool, but the animation is so like it's pretty underwhelming. Like not a quality way, like just like the actual of what's happening, you know, it's just a bit like she's not really putting much effort into it. Dive kick though is sick, like the way the hair like flies back and the line. Oh yeah, and if we hold some of the, oh god, oh, don't know what any of that is. What is it? Control, and then I won't. Oh no. Oh, I feel like that. Chapter start. Oh, sorry, doggo. Oh shit, we are actually meant to fight him. I thought he was gonna be like an NPC. K I. K, I, control, I, control, I, Like, I don't know how damaged he is or anything. Yeah, there's a good... Well, there's a lot of skill in the animation, the art style. Like, I love the art generally, but, like, there's some inconsistency in its application and stuff. Like, that's the hard thing to master, right? And like, the basic attacks, yeah, are very disappointing compared to all the rest of it. What happened there? Wait, what? Did I win? Now it's a Dark Souls boss? What? I don't... And he's giving me a big fish? Well, I think that's as good a place as any to leave it. The person's not here in the chat, so it's hard for us to really talk in detail about like where some of these decisions came from or what's going on. But I hope they got something meaningful out of that when they see the VOD or whatever, I don't know. Bit much all at once. Not enough like just clear feedback and visual stuff on just like what's happening. More sound effects and stuff are probably good on the hitbox and things like that. I don't get what the increasingly lewd selfies in the mirror were about. There was even one when we were loading in and it was like a weird like, here, look at my butt, and then like now she's wearing less clothes and I'm like, oh no. I wish we'd have got gamepad to work. I feel like it would have felt better on the pad for sure, because the keyboard it's a bit all over the place. Holding control while also most of your buttons being like I, K, and J or whatever. Pairing that with control and WASD is tricky. But the hand-drawn stuff is good. I think you just need to, when you do hand-drawn stuff, you need to work really hard to keep everything feeling consistent, including things like the text boxes and stuff like that. It can be tricky. And just generally, I had a lot of issues just like working out what the right button was to press to navigate your menus and navigate the cutscenes, like whether we could progress the text and stuff like that. Just a lot of just unclear, like how do I engage with your game stuff? You know, it's all the me pressing the buttons, screen giving back info. If there's not enough of that, if there's not a smooth cycle of that going on, I'm not having a good time, you know? There's a lot of nice little touches and things going on there, but it's a bit too much. Too many mechanics all at once in the tutorial thing as well. Just tell me how to combo things or whatever, and then be like, okay, that's all you need to know for now. And then introduce more stuff later, you know? Bring it in, pace it. Pace it. It's not to say you can never do a whole bunch of things all at once, but I don't think it was executed particularly well there. Thank you nonetheless, SencilSketches. Let's look at that. And that is everything. Thank you everyone watching. Thank you to everyone on YouTube watching the VOD whenever it eventually comes out. We do these every